Encoder reconnecting. Going live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, well, there's still a blank screen. Oh, did it? Oh, wait. Also, my, I don't even know if you're hearing me. I mean, you're hearing me, but I don't know if you're hearing my, background music. Because I have a different audio source. Oh, boy. Oh, brother. Yeah, I gotta go through here and change that too. Oh, I shouldn't have started streaming like this. I don't even know if I am streaming. Uh, Alright. Desktop audio 2. Yes. Actually, desktop audio 2 should be my laptop, but whatever. Whatever. Alright, so you got that now. Desktop audio 2 is working. Mic and auxiliary is working. Everything should be working. And yet, I'm getting no preview. And yet. Oh, that's what I should change the stream title to. Troubleshooting WarHammer. Like, people are gonna come here thinking that I'm troubleshooting WarHammer 40,000, like I'm going through it, you know? Oh, there it is. Hey, there we are. I'm on, okay, there we go. We switch over here. Oops, wrong thing. Press the wrong thing. Just ignore me. Hey, okay, there's quite a bit of a delay there, but it gets it. We get it. All right, great. We're all set to go. I'm going to take a real quick break, and then I'll be back.
So I created a custom scoring spreadsheet, and on that you can choose what categories matter the most to you and you'll get a custom score. Just click the link in the video or in my bio. I scored and ranked 10 of the The best true wireless earbuds, and in the third spot is the OnePlus Buds Pro 2 with a score of 75 out of 100.
All right, let's go. Chill live. Oops. Oops. All right. Hey guys, welcome. Welcome. An official, actual welcome, a proper welcome to the live stream. To properly get it started, I really should have squared away everything before I got here, but I didn't because I'm doing a kind of fly by your pants type thing, you know? Basically, I'm treating this as if, well, I'm treating this as if, you, the entity, live stream is someone I can kind of, just kind of bounce off of. The same way I would if I was talking on the phone to one of my, I don't know, millions at this point, friends. I don't know. I lose count. But anyway, if I was talking and just like venting a frustration that I might have about everyday life, something that is innocuous, but at the same time, really got under my skin or really just irritated me, I would be telling this person this. I would be relaying this information to them in just, friendly communication. And that's going to be my approach to the live stream. But the only problem is you see, is that you're not my friend. You're an amorphous thing, that is just with maybe possibly ill intent. So I have to take certain precautions, and thus, if I decide to just randomly vent a frustration or something, I might take creative liberties going forward in regards to anything that has to do with the sharing of personal anything, For instance, when I took my little break, I had to go downstairs into the foyer. It led me into the foyer of my home, where currently there is an ogre. I don't want to explain any more than that. I don't want to go into any kind of details. That's my business. And this is what I mean, boundaries, okay? But this ogre wanted me to get some, make sure that I thawed out some hamburger for tonight. Because I'm going to be the one that cooks food tonight, of course, as always. And so this ogre wants me to make sure I get out hamburger, but we don't have hamburger. I went and I looked in the freezer and I came back and I said, my ogre, there's no hamburger, but there is ground sirloin, right? We still had a package of that. And this ogre does the weirdest fucking thing where she acts, or he, I don't know the ogres yet. Ogres all kind of look the same to me. All right, and I know that's a little racist. I know that's not okay to say, but ogres sometimes look, they all just, from here on out, it is they, okay? The ogre is a they, and they do this fucking annoying thing where if something has changed in the schedule or the plan or anything, it's like it all just goes to shit, So like the ogre now is acting like, well, how long does the sirloin take to defrost? Like the same amount of time that it takes the fucking hamburger to defrost. What are you talking about? Well, what is the sirloin? Is the sirloin going to taste right in the thing? Yes, it's hamburger. It's the same fucking thing. It's beef. It's just a different cut of beef. It's going to taste the same, essentially. And it's gonna take the same time to defrost. I mean, I suppose it's going to taste a little slightly different because it's sirloin instead of ground beef, but that's going to be negligible. It's going to cook up the same. The fucking ogre's not even cooking. Why is the ogre on my fucking ass about this shit? Why do we have to get into an argument about stupid fucking shit, man? And then this dwarf, she comes in and it begs me to let her outside to go take a shit in the yard. So I let her, because she's been a good dwarf, Is that the proper term? She's one of the 7, sleepy dopey. This one's, I think her moniker, she might just be sleepy, but she is also petulant. So I think she might be the petulant dwarf. But anyway, she needed to go out to take a shit, and so I had to let her out. And so it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. I'm just frustrated because then I had to come back up here and start the stream, and I gotta vent to somebody, and the live stream's here, so I'm gonna vent to the live stream. But again, I run into the problem in that the live stream's not anyway. I hope you understand what I'm saying and how I'm saying it, and that we're on a clear and even footing here and an even ground. Oh shit! Did I let the dwarf back in? Yeah, I did. Anyway, I hope we're all at an understanding of like where I'm at and who I am. I hope that clears everything up, and going forward, like, there might be some creative talk or creative liberty given to past situations and discussions, but it's only to protect myself and to keep the worst of you people out of my life. So, hi, welcome to the stream. I'm gonna watch a couple things, or just actually one thing. I really wanted to see. I was gonna come here. I was gonna play Warhammer 40K, but then I started looking at my stuff to kind of get in the mood to stream, and I saw there was the Where the Money Reside guy. Something's happening to him. I don't know if you know this, but Where the Money Reside was just a great fucking meme guy who. I'm curious to know what's happening. So I'm going to watch this and we're going to find out together. And then, I just realized I had a whole thing about earbuds. Yeah. I'm not going to watch these. I'm not going to watch this. I'm not going to subject the stream to my earbud thing right now. I've kind of gone back down an earbud hole because my dwarf ate my earbuds. So now I'm like re-immersed in the whole earbud culture thing, and I hate it. I hate all of it. I hate all of these people. Every single one of these people are incentivized to glaze the earbuds that they're supposedly reviewing. Hey, go to my affiliate link and get a 5% discount on these things. Like, we're supposed to take what you're saying seriously now. But anyway, I'm sure it's fine. It doesn't, no sponsors have a, interest. They don't know what they say before the recording, and they don't have to say, yeah, the whole spiel. They're on the up and up. They can be trusted. These people would never lie to you. But anyway, I'm watching these things about earbuds, and I'm not going to do that on live stream. But I will say, it is absolutely fucking bullshit that there is earbuds, and this guy's over here like glazing these things. And I'm sure they sound fine. I'm sure they're great. I'm sure they're really good. They don't have a volume button on the earbud. What are you doing? It even has touch control. Like you have to twist the thing or do something to make it go to the next track or to pause. Or no. It doesn't pause and play. I'm sorry. It doesn't have. No, it does pause and play. It doesn't have volume control. That's it. No volume control on an earbud. And you're gonna say that this is a good earbud? Yeah, sure. No, you're not compromised at all. You're not being paid off by anybody. Sure. No volume control. It's insane. It's the only thing that you use a fucking earbud for. I mean, you use it to hear things, but you also use it to control the volume and stuff. It's no touch control in that way. Come on. Crazy.
Oh, I got, man, you know, speaking of nostalgia, I got a nice flashback for you. You ready?
Oh, yes.
All right, we going. What a money design, what a money design,
This guy was great.
What a money design. Woo. Them gay feet came sliding out.
All right, we going. What a money design, what a money design.
Oh, he came out like a gay genie, man. What you say, those gay feet?
Gay feet came sliding out. Ready to give you all 3 wishes, baby. All of them.
I wish you go away. That ain't happening. I'm here now, baby.
That's not a real wish, baby. Come on now. What?
Man, he
Love
back.
that one. Oh, shoot. I didn't know he left.
I was hoping they
Yeah,
play
last time
more.
he's trying to get you some car insurance, man. Oh, no, he's trying to sell you a car. Actually.
Sell you a car.
He's trying to sell you a car. Yeah, man.
I think he was trying to sell me a car or some ass. One of the two.
well, let's go with both, man. You want to go for a test drive, man? That's homophobic, I'm saying. He goes back into the car.
All right,
Now
let's
you gotta,
move on.
he wants to say, foul.
Wait, what happened?
Now he's bagging his pants are even more purple and more bright.
You want that cash, I bet you better foul. Hey.
Well, the comments on this were crazy. Somebody said, I got audited just for watching this.
Oh, is it tax place?
Oh, man.
Somebody said, and I'm
Let the thing
Yo.
play. Oh, I'm gonna have to look this up
Yo,
myself right
that's
now.
crazy.
Foul. Hey. Come to Boss Soul. We gonna hook you up. We gonna make sure you get that max refund.
No, you're not. No, you're not. I don't believe anything you tell him.
Boy, you gonna end up owing some shit.
Yeah, you'll break your limbs or something. Nah.
He ain't gonna, he gonna hook you all. Come on now. Foul.
You a single baby mom? Don't worry about it, little girl. That's my job. Come and file your taxes.
I'm only going there.
Okay, yeah, I'm done. All right, I'm done. This wasn't as fun. So. Where the money reside was pure. Okay, it was pure. He came out of the thing. He was really like going for it. There's a purity there. He didn't know that. Like, I don't think he knew. Now he's playing into the meme, is what I'm saying with this whole tax thing. I don't find it as interesting. I'm sorry. I wanted to. I thought I'd open the video. I thought we'd see an update, and but no, we didn't. We didn't get any of that. I also don't want to go through. Oh, this guy's fucking terrible. Oh, this guy. Hold on. Wait. We got to talk about this guy. This guy's an absolute fucking terrible little. He's every.
So it is looking.
What do they call gay coons? I mean, coons are black guys that or gals. Coons know no gender boundaries. But yeah, what's the gay? What do we call gays? Gay. Go. Uncle Mary? I like that. You're being an Uncle Mary right now. Stop being an Uncle Mary. I'm not sure what we call that for gay people, but I think I like Uncle Mary.
Bleak over there in right-wing commentator world. And you guys know about the MAGA Civil War. We don't need to get into it too deep, but you have Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin and Sean Hannity and those types, Steven Crowder, and like they're up against the more anti-Israel wing of the right, or you could even say anti-Semitic. Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson. There's differences. Megyn Kelly. There's differences between these guys, but those are the broad strokes of it, right? And let's be serious. The ones who are left defending Trump forthrightly are the least talented. They just are, right? Mark Levin has the most annoying voice I think I've ever heard in my life by far. He's right up there with Ted Cruz. He sounds like Ted Cruz. He just yells. You have Sean Hannity is just, he's like your great grandpa's fake newsman. Like nobody watches him under the age of 70. Okay. Then you have Ben Shapiro, whose shtick was big for a little bit because they force fed it to everybody on like the Facebook algorithm, but the whole Daily Wire thing, like that fake highfalutin so-called intellectual shit where like he acts like I have a really high IQ and I'm going to talk really fast and then that'll make you think that what I'm saying is smart, not just the stupid same old right-wing bullshit that it's ever been, right? Like just because you talk fast and you pretend to be smart doesn't mean that like advocating for tax cuts for the Epstein class or endless wars is like suddenly actually intelligent. Like no, that's still pretty fucking stupid. So you have this big split and like I said, the ones who are still with Trump, they are not sending their best.
That is such
right?
shade.
Like probably the most talented as a broadcaster of all of them is
That
Fuentes.
is the only strength Ben Shapiro has. And that shtick has worn off to even the people that like Ben Shapiro.
And he's like the most anti-Trump, and he's now out there telling people to vote for Democrats, and he's saying that Kamala would have been a better president. He's out there going hard in the paint on that shit. Tucker's out there, arguing against the Iran war now. So here's one of the people more aligned with the Ben Shapiros of the world and the Mark Levins of the world. And what you need to understand about these kinds of people is they are completely and utterly for sale, and like everything they say has a check attached to it. Okay? And we've seen examples of this relatively recently with other like small level conservative commentators, D-tier conservative commentators who are like posting some shit, come to find out just to post a tweet, they got paid like $1,000 or whatever the fuck it was, and so they post it. Well, here's this guy, Xavier DeRousseau. The last time I saw this guy, he was recording a video in like selfie style with a whole bunch of UN food aid behind him.
Yeah,
and he was in Israel, and he
I
records
saw
and
this,
goes,
yeah.
there's no
that.
genocide in Gaza. There's no starvation in Gaza. There's no famine. Look at all this aid that's behind me. And he like gets all like
He
sassy
tried to
with
be
it
sassy
and shit.
queen, yeah.
And it's like, bro, how much did they pay you to try to explain away a genocide and an ethnic cleansing and a fucking mass starvation campaign? Like, there's not enough fucking money in the world to make me sell my integrity to the point where I'm going, Palestinians can't be hungry. Look at all this food behind me in Israel that they're refusing to let into the Gaza Strip. But this guy somehow hit a new low. He released a video on the Iran war, and listen to what he says.
Iranian regime, you hoes do not want this smoke. Now,
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck?
Do I have to listen to the rest of this? Do we have
It'd be
to?
nice.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'd like to explain something to you guys. Any of y'all out there who are a person of color and gay at the same time, there are roughly a dozen right-wing think tanks that'll just shower you with money to say right-wing things.
Okay. It's tempting. It's tempting, man. I cannot tell you how tempting it is.
I just want you to know that. If you're a minority and you're gay, if you're double minoritied up, oh my God, you can get the bag, son. They will give.
Do you know how fucking tempting that is for me? Do you know what you're doing with this every
You
day?
all the money in the world to say billionaires are oppressed and white people are oppressed and this war is awesome and Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East and Israel has a right to defend itself. Like, you will make so much money. What did he say?
Yeah.
Iranian regime, you hoes don't want this smoke.
Yeah, that's the point that I can't cross, is to actually say it. I could do everything up into that.
I give up, bro. I give up.
Like, if you give me the money, like, I'll sit on the bench with the right wing assholes and stuff. Like, I'll sit on the bench with them. I'll sit there. But I can't participate. It's stupid. The integrity thing is stupid. It's really dumb. I do not recommend it. But yeah, there's something about actually going that far and, egging on and saying, especially this, like, with your whole fucking chest, like, he's out here doing his whole thing is being, sassy. That's his whole fucking gimmick. That's his life. It's not just a gimmick. That's his life. That's the only way he gets through at parties. It's the only way he gets through when meeting new people and friends and family. It's what they expect from him, to be sassy and he's bringing all of that energy that is his being. That is his being. And he's bringing all of that into here to say, there ain't nothing wrong with going to war with Iran. Man, fuck that Ayatollah. Ayatollah, bitch. Like, he's doing it with his whole fucking chest. And it's a level that when you see it on display, I don't care if you are kind of tempted as a person of color or as a gay or trans or whatever you are. Like, even if you are sort of maybe kind of tempted, actually seeing someone do this is so just, it makes something inside of you die. It just makes you cringe to your core. It's just so bad. And the sassy thing, part of it for this guy specifically is like the sassy thing that he relies on. He's not that great at it. He's a joke. It's a one note thing. But again, that's no fault to him. If he had a completely different politics and everything, I'd be saying try to be better. I'd be rooting him on to be better. But he just doing it is it's just so it's just fucked. It's fucked. You can't do it.
Iranian regime, you hoes do not want this smoke. Now free Iran and walk with me. So Polymarket odds are saying that we are going to war with their...
Okay, right off the bat here, he's getting a check from Polymarket just because he's bringing up Polymarket.
Oh, of course.
Okay, so that's one check. There's obviously another check here from Israel or from some right-wing think tank that's pro-war too. But this video alone...
Well, I don't know. Polymarket is so mixed in that they are that at this point, essentially, right? Like, Polymarket is making so much fucking crazy money. They are just in everything that has to do with this shit. So I don't know. He's getting a check from Polymarket, yeah, but I think it's his check mainly comes from like Moms for Liberty or Patriot Americans for Patriots.
He's probably
America
getting paid
first,
at least
Patriots.
1,000, probably more.
So Polymarket odds are saying that we are going to war with Iran very soon. So my message to the regime is do not get beside yourselves.
By the way, I think he's talking about ground troops because this was recorded during the war. That's the other. This is the kind of guy to be like, well, they say it's not a war, so I guess it's not a war. Okay, all right.
Very soon. So my message to the regime is do not get beside yourselves. I know y'all see the sassy man epidemic happening in America, but don't be fooled. We still have plenty of Republican men ready to come through with all the smoke. Google Florida man and any day, and that's exactly who we're having on your musty behinds. And the gag is, we're so advanced now that we could send our weakest links like White Dudes for Harris, and they can still control a drone to mutilate everything y'all got going on. We said we weren't going to take it as far as we did in Japan when we basically dropped 2 suns on them, but I'm not opposed to running that back.
He's saying, let's nuke Iran. With his little, like, sassy attitude and his fucking drink and his polymarket odds day. I'm getting paid for that, too. Like, oh, my God, bro. Oh, my God. Like, President Xi, fire when ready. Fire when ready. I hope all of you are with me. I am officially converting to Shia Islam to become an honorary member of the IRGC. After watching this, I've never been more certain it's the right thing to do. Good Lord.
We're so advanced now that we could send our weakest links like White Dudes for Harris, and they can still control a drone to mutilate everything y'all got going on. We said we weren't going to take it as far as we did in Japan when we basically dropped 2 suns on them, but I'm not opposed to running that back. Y'all will really feel the impact of FAFOing, so please keep it cute.
How does he sleep at night? I mean that. Like, how does he sleep at night? How do you sleep at night?
You just gotta be, okay, this is why the right can only get these people, right? Because it has to be the dumbest, the absolute dumbest fucking people. Like, I don't think that the guy, right, that's doing the sassy thing, what was his name? Who are we talking about? What's his name? Oh, it's not on here. It's not gonna show it. He mentioned it before. I can't remember what his name is. But I'm gonna say this is a guy who has a soul. This is the guy who's a guy. He is a human being, a fully realized human being. He's just very, very stupid. And he prioritizes, like, he doesn't care about, very vain and all that stuff. And that's really the only people that you can get on the left, or that has, like, any kind of, and I don't want to make this a left-right thing, any kind of, like, any people that are trying to appeal to, like, any sort of human dignity or something. The only way you can get someone like this to do this is if the person is very, very dumb and they prioritize their own well-being over anything else. Like, because if not, being a black gay man and living in this country and just experiencing life, it should have put you on this path where this is, like, abominable. Like, you should emotionally be able to realize how fucking terrible it is you are standing with these people and advocating this shit. It should just come to you. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm putting too much into it. Like, that combination should make you more emotionally intelligent. But anyway, the answer here, like I said, it's got to be that it's not that he doesn't love his family or doesn't, actually care about people and things. It's just that he's very, very stupid, and he cares about his money first, and he cares about, he prioritizes a bunch of shit that allows him to filter out any of the contrary points, or anything that's, like, led him to believe the arguments that he believes. Is that making sense? I'm gonna have to assume that's making sense. If at any point I'm not making sense, please, there is a chat. You can chat. Or, find someone, write me a letter or something. Be like, hey, you're not making sense.
How does he sleep at night? I mean that. Like, how does he sleep at night? How do you sleep at night? This is what you do for a living. You get paid to say let's nuke entire cities full of innocent people. That's what you get to. So ready? Okay, this gets even crazier. So Yashar Ali, who is Iranian, lives in the U.S. now. He says a PragerU influencer.
What I was trying to say is essentially, I don't think this guy is evil per se, you know. But that's just me wanting to believe in the good of people. It's probably true. He's evil as fuck. I don't know.
Sure. Casually suggesting he's fine with dropping nuclear bombs on Iranian civilians, combined with a polymarket plug, is a truly horrific combination. He goes on to say, and the monarchists in the comment section cheering him on, and it becomes even more disturbing. 33,000 likes. So what Yashar is saying here is, not only is this guy calling for nuking civilians, not only is he also getting paid by Polymarket to do this, also you have Iranian diaspora people, the ones who still support Reza Pahlavi, the fail son, becoming the king again in Iran. They're in the comments going, yes, nuke them, yes. Wow, so your idea of freeing Iran was to murder everybody in Iran. You will free them if it means bombing every last one of them and killing them. This is how Yashar describes it. He says he's suggesting nuking Iranian civilians, okay? So ready for this? Xavier responds and says, I stand on everything I said. Free Iran. Nuke the regime. If you thought, hey, maybe it's, maybe we're hearing him wrong, or maybe the message was more subtle than what he was making it out to be, and, maybe it wasn't that direct and that blunt. Yashar describes it as, this guy says,
nuke the regime. That's the way he's viewing it in his head. It's nuke the regime. It's just words. It's empty words to him that he's saying. Nuke the regime means, like, for him, nuke the regime, the bad people, the leaders of the thing, the leaders of the government, the terrorist cell, whoever the fucking the target is. That's nuke the regime. He's not taking into account what nuking a place means. You don't just take out the regime, you take out everybody. And even in that, he would argue, well, there's going to be some casualties, because he's not, again, taking in the totality of the situation. If he has a soul, if he's a decent person, again, he could be a total monster cool guy. I don't know the guy. I'm just saying. And you know what? All right. Hear me out. Here's why I do this. Here's why I view things in the way that I view them. Because I know at the end of the day, I know there are more of us than there are of them. There are more people who just overwhelmingly, we couldn't make it as a species if there wasn't more of us than there are of them. And I don't like the us and them thing because, it severs. But there are some people who are just legitimately ghouls. They are without souls. They are, quote unquote evil. They are whatever they, your thing is. They are that. There just are some people. I know that it's a matter, and a lot of times it's a matter of, like, systemic reasons. There's, things that's happened in their life that's built them up to a thing, blah, 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 blah. And then, there's some people that just, cannot connect in some way or something that allows, it's different for different people, but there are some people that are just through actions or inactions, just being themselves, they are just without soul. Like they're fucking ghoulish people. There's a version of this guy, and I don't know if this guy is that guy, but there's a version of this guy who does take into account what all that stuff means and does not give a fuck or cheers it on or says they deserve it because this administration that constantly lies and is constantly, like, even if we base the foundational principles that he's supposed to have, which is like he's supposed to be this liberal guy, the true liberal or whatever this dude is. He's supposed to care about like human beings and things, but also he knows as this true liberal and like all this stuff, like he can recognize he's supposed to be one of the ones that defected or whatever. He used to be left, but now he's gone right. He left the liberals behind and all that stuff. So supposedly, based by his own logic, he sees or he saw the fact that these people lie on a constant basis, and yet he's going to just trust that, like, what they're saying is right, and also that it's totally okay and to be blasé about the actions that are going on in Iran. So if that's the case, if he just doesn't care and he is this thing, I don't know what else to call it, but like a soul of school, that's just it. And I look so hard for the humanity in people who I see are being inhumane, because I know, again, there are more of us than there are of them. And so the explanation must be, if he is not this soul of school, if he is not this fucking thing, if there is something there that can be reached and found and talked to, reasoned with, or something, like if he could have a change of heart, if he could have a come to Jesus moment, whatever it is, if it is possible, it's worth identifying so that you don't get too bogged down into the whole, like, just lumping him in and all the people like him in with the same people, because there can be a slight difference between the fucking worst monsters and the people that are with the worst monsters. There can be some salvageability there. But again, I'll finish this because I don't know, like, what this guy's deal is. He could be evil.
We should drop bombs on Iranian civilians, and
he's certainly acting like it. Like, if not, good pretending, good masking to be with the people you want to be around.
I stand on everything I said. Free Iran by nuking them. I don't know, man. I don't know. This is why I say this country that we live in has suffered a moral collapse. You know what I'm saying? It's genuinely a moral collapse where, I don't know, there's something about how hyper individualized everything is, how atomized we are, how separated we are, the lack of community we have in this country, where everything becomes abstract. Everything becomes a game. Everything becomes, if it doesn't affect me directly and personally, then it's not real, So would that kill hundreds of thousands of civilians, potentially millions? Would that lead to nuclear winter, which could plunge the entire globe into famine? Would that, virtually guarantee ecological destruction for the rest of our lives and for generations to come? To make a cute little sassy video real quick, I feel like making the argument anyway, so who cares? Like, okay, I don't know what to do with this. I don't know what to do with this. I don't know how you fix a culture that has gone so astray. I don't know, like, what steps are there to get us back from the abyss that we're clearly in, this deep, dark, black hole that we're currently in, where the default perspective is just totally immoral, unethical insanity. And that's what it is. That's what it is. And you know, there's nobody's calling for, hey, you know, this video should be pulled down and censored. Nobody's calling for, hey, his sponsorship should be taken away from him. You know, God forbid Rashida Tlaib says, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Congress fucking drops everything they're doing and they censure her, right? But here you have a political commentator saying nuke Iran and nothing. Fucking crickets. It literally not even a single peep of disagreement. By the way, he's also echoing what Randy Fine, the gelatinous Zionist Republican hack representative, said, where he said we should treat Gaza like we treated Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Same fucking thing. Same thing. Was he censured for that? No, he wasn't censured for that. So if you are saying things that go after official U.S. enemies, you get total fucking leeway. You can say whatever the fuck you want. But if you correctly criticize the U.S. government or our allies like Israel, you all know there's laws on the books that say you can't support BDS or you lose any government funding. So they officially censor any criticism of Israel, but you're allowed to say nuke Iran and nobody bats a fucking eyelash, and Polymarket will pay you in your shitty fucking sassy video where you know, you act like it's cute to fucking mass murder hundreds of thousands or millions of people. Yeah, I don't know what to do with this. But hey, MAGA, come get your boys, right? Like, this is what you are now. This is what you are. There's one of the sides won, just so you know. Like the Mark Levin side, the Ben Shapiro side, the Xavier side, like this is the side that won. This is the side that won. It's not Tucker. They polled the Republican base. 84% say I support Trump's foreign policy more than Tucker's foreign policy, more than Megyn Kelly's foreign policy. So that's the Republican base going, I'm all for this war in Iran, baby. I don't care. If my guy did it, I'm riding for him. I'm 100% on board. So this is the right. This is who the Republicans are. And this is why you've heard me say time and time again in this second Trump regime, it is a fascist, terrorist, imperialist death cult. Because that's what it is. There is no, I'm sorry, there's nothing to steelman here. I can't steelman this. I can't make this anything but what it is, which is a depraved cry for international terrorism. And, you know, since it's not against us, it's totally fine. These are the same people who would, you know, whine and cry over 9/11 and thousands of Americans dying in 9/11 and that terrorist attack, but then in the next breath call for something that's the equivalent of like 100 times, more, maybe more than that, 9/11, right? So I don't know what you do with this. I genuinely don't know. But all I'll say is this. If you are somebody who's right-leaning politically, stop. Like, it's never too late to stop. The time is always right to do what's right, and the right thing is to abandon conservatism, abandon Republican ideology, abandon MAGA, because these are the people who actually embody the values that the right believes in. These people. It's about death. It's about destruction. It's about plutocracy. It's about oligarchy. It's about corruption. It's about protecting the billionaires, the Epstein class. And it's about screwing over regular people, and it's about endless imperialism and bloodlust and warmongering. And this is like the purest iteration of that, mixed in with the like hollow identity politics of like, look, a sassy gay black guy saying it, so therefore, like, isn't it like edgy and fucking tolerant of him? He wants to, in a tolerant way, nuke hundreds of thousands of people.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and...
Hey, y'all, do this Kyle Kalinske, do this Kyle a favor, like and subscribe. I will not turn on notifications. Sorry. It's not happening. I'm not getting dinged on my phone every time a fucking secular talk video goes up. It's not happening. I'm not doing it. I like Kyle Kalinske, but not doing it. Yeah. The guy, wow. Man, I don't even know what else to say. The guy's just terrible. And I also hope that there's an understanding here. Me pointing out the things I did is not me. He mentioned steel manning, and it made me think like maybe I was kind of steel man. I certainly was, and like I was steel manning his soul. I was putting the idea up that like he's not fucking terrible, but there's no way that you can argue his argument. Like I don't know. I just was trying to say that like I wish the best for everybody, even my enemies. But I don't I also don't pretend to not see my enemies. You know what I'm saying? It's a shame that this guy is my enemy, not Yashar Ali. Absolutely not Yashar Ali. I fuck with Yashar Ali. I think they do stuff. You know what's crazy? Yeah, they do stuff. I follow people on Twitter, and I've watched, I've occasionally watched like some people's live streams. There's something about them that sticks with me that makes me go like, oh yeah, I fuck with this person, and I don't know anything that they do. Like, I really don't know what Yashar Ali does. I think Yashar Ali might be a comedian that I liked
Or now. So here's one.
at one time. But I mean, I still do, I think. I don't know. I don't fuck with Yashar Ali in that I watch their stuff or I read their stuff. I do read their tweets, obviously. I must have read an article or something that Yashar Ali did some time ago, and I was like, I fuck with this. And then I went down a rabbit hole of like reading a lot of Yashar Ali articles. Did he write for Cracked? I don't know who Yashar Ali is. But anyway, I find it odd how I can associate people in that way. But this guy, Xavier de Rousseau, I remember him not just from the famine thing, where he was standing outside the helicopter and being like, "Hey, this is the treats we have for the Palestinians. They're lying to you. We're giving them treats every day." That thing that he did, not just that, he did something else before that was really fucking stupid. That immediately had me clocking him as a trash person. Fuck. Maybe it was just his announcement of him leaving the left. And being like, bitch, I'm done with that, okay? I voted for Obama. I did, but like I know what his videos were. You know what I'm saying? I know what there's something that I seen at some point that made me clock him as like, oh, this is an enemy. This guy is on the wrong side of things. And it's sad because, again, I have hope for everyone.
One of the people more
including Xavier de Rousseau. Someday he'll have his moment and he'll realize his wrongdoings. Or not. But I hope it's that one. I don't know if I want to watch anything else. This took a lot out of me, honestly. Usually when I watch something, I don't have to talk about it. I just get to watch it quietly. I get to think all these things, but I don't actually have to say all these things out loud. Now having to say all these things out loud, this is not the appropriate music for this time. Hold on, let me try to change that. It's genuinely not the appropriate music for this time. I don't know what the appropriate music is. Hold on. I can't read anything. Okay, I like this, but no. This is not the appropriate music for this time. Okay. Okay. A Samuel B video, I don't know, maybe. I don't know. Okay, so I'm getting Vosh stuff. I thought I was done with Vosh. Did I? I'm almost positive I unsubscribed from Vosh. But I'm getting Vosh stuff because I watched a Secular Talk video that had Vosh. Yeah, I'm not subscribed to Vosh. Why am I getting Vosh stuff? I'm trying to break it off with Vosh. I still watch some of his stuff. I still like him. I know I shouldn't. There's a whole fucking thing about Vosh. I don't want to get into it, but I agree with him quite a bit. I still like him. I'm not watching the burnt peanut thing. I can't deal with any more earphone stuff. I got this one. I got the 4 Plus thing. Oh my god, do you know how hard it was to decide to get that? Oh. And I'm gonna have to return them because it's not been the greatest. I have them in now, actually. That means nothing to you, the live stream, but I have them in now. And I'm not impressed. This sounds great, this music, but I think it's because the music sounds good. I don't think it's the earphones. But for the most part, I like them. It's just that they have like a transparency mode, and it's causing occlusion, which is fine. I don't mind a bit of occlusion, but I can ignore it. But my daily rockers were the why am I doing this? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm talking out. I need something to do, I'm sorry. Let's watch another video. Oh, I'm dribbling on and on. Anyway, these are good earbuds. Yeah, I don't know. They're good earbuds, but I have problems with them. And that's all you need to know. We're done here. I don't have to go any further. Alright, we talked about Secular Talk. I don't care about any of this other stuff. I don't want to talk. I don't want to watch the videos. See, as I go further down, I start getting more stuff that I'm not familiar with. And I like being exposed to new things, but, I can see what the algorithm is pushing me. And why a lot of times, but then a lot of times I just get stuff that just doesn't make any sense. I guess Ludwig makes sense in a way, because I've watched a couple of things. I haven't liked, but I've watched a couple of things. Yeah, I don't want to watch that right now. Oh, that's the guy who edits the video that I watched. That's neat. So I can watch the video oh, I like that video. I like what they're doing here. Oh, wow, the cool shot and cut into the thing. That's neat. And then I can come and I can watch the editor of the video. This is how I shot the thing, and this is what we did to the thing, and this is what the thing is. And man, this thing. That's cool. That's very cool. Brazo. I kind of know that name. He's a regular streamer too, so it's good he has another job, and it's good he could share that job. Imagine having to do your job and you don't have anyone to share it with. Like, this guy gets to come here, he gets to do the mogul money thing. That's his job, editing that and making that into what it was, and he did it. Did you just hear my stomach growl? I hope the mic didn't catch that. I wasn't looking at my thing. Anyway, he gets to do the mogul money. I think he did a good job. I think I like that. Editing wise, for sure. So yeah, he gets to do all that, and he gets to share like the behind the scenes stuff and like how hard and difficult that was to do the things. That's cool. That's cool, man. You're working a regular 9 to 5 and shit. I would love. How many people would love to go back and say like all the shit that happened that day and all the behind the scenes of your day and stuff? Oh, I should get married? Oh, okay. Yeah, well, fuck you. Because I don't, that's not for me. And also, you can't put all that on another person. Like, Jesus Christ, coming home every day and having to tell me about your dance stuff. That's, ugh. That's just. I sound like the worst person in the world. I'll say this: if you love somebody, you tolerate stuff, right? So what I'm saying can be true, but also, you can make exceptions for people that you love. There you go. Pass it on. There's my advice for life and love and marriage. I don't want to watch any of this stuff either. This is fun. Hey, you know what? This is actually fun as a stream, as a stream concept, right? This is kind of like a roulette thing. We roll the dice, we roll the wheel, and whatever I land on, like if I like it or something, I can pass it. And then if not, we watch it, and then I talk about it. And then so you, at home, the viewer, right? You're watching this, and you're like, oh man, I really hope he puts on that Matan Even video. Oh man, I want to watch that because I love Matan Even. And I love everything that he does. I want to see, like, what's his reaction when, he tries to make Oliver Tree uncomfortable, but Oliver Tree is actually trying to make him uncomfortable. And, like, oh, how are they going to play? What's going to be your reaction when you see these two playing off of each other? You, the live stream viewer, are begging for this. But no. I'm not watching that. I'm going to watch the Laverne Cox episode of Fear and now you're thinking, oh, how dare you? No, that's that guy I hate. Oh, no. Blah. Well, then you have to intercede. You have to participate. This is great bait. And then if you don't do that and you're just passively watching or watching in the future and stuff, you know, you can jump ahead. You can jump past the fear and stuff. Or I'm not gonna watch that. So we're just gonna keep scrolling the wheel and hope that I find something, because, you know, unless you can tell me potentially now or even in the future, like, hey, next time you do that thing, you know, you passed a video about the jam. Man, I really want to watch you talk about the jam. You can send me an at. You can add me at Twitter, or mail me or something. I keep saying that because I keep saying that. I keep saying that because I'm in the hopes that maybe I go and I pick up my mail one day, and then there's just a postcard or something from somebody who's like, hey, seriously though, watch a burnt peanut clip. And then I'm like, what? Oh my god. But that would actually be crossing a line. That would be crossing a line. So I kind of don't want that. That would probably make me quit streaming. Yeah, that would actually definitely make me quit streaming. So that stream of thought, that hit a brick wall, because that would be the opposite of what I wanted. Yeah. Yeah, don't mail me. Don't, even if you can, even if you have, like, hacked me, or somehow, like, you've gotten your way with me or something, like you've gone through all of my live stream and you've conducted a psych profile, and now you have everything you need, and you gather up information and clues, and so now you know, like, the date I was born or something, and now you use that to hack into my confidential profiles or something. Whatever your thing might be, don't fuck with me. Don't send me anything. I don't need to. Just, you stay over there. Or you're just a guy, you know, and you're obsessed, and then you find out and you send something. Like, I don't want that boundary crossed. So don't mail me. Please just at me and tell me what you want me to watch. I mean, it could happen. There's a potentiality. It's so dumb. It's so dumb the way I think. The way my mind works. It's very dumb. But it's also, you know, it's true. People do weird, crazy... The internet's fucked up, man. Did I tell you about the internet? Let me tell you about the internet, man. It's crazy out here. It started... It started with Al Gore. Yeah, that's... No, I'm not going down that road. That's a cringe, bad joke. But it started a long time ago, and it's turned into this hellscape. And now, yeah, people will cross boundaries all the time. It's fucking crazy. I don't know what to watch. Also, I don't know. I just don't know. Okay, we gotta pick this up. Wow. I'm losing my everything. Oh, what's this? Oh, this looks like it's about to say something about negative about Sam Cedar. Ooh. 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 I don't know who this person is. Hey, let's turn this down. Or off. Oh, no. This is
Everyone likes to
about
say that
Sam
the
Cedar.
internet broke boomers' minds.
Oh,
But what
it's
if that's
talking
not
with Sam Cedar. Okay. I thought I got recommended something that was like, hey, Sam Cedar sucks. It wasn't the usual stupid shit. Like, I feel like the way my algorithm is kind of. Oh, I haven't watched this in a while. Way my algorithm is kind of tailored. I might get something that is critical of something that the Majority Report did, or something that Sam Cedar himself did, or whatever. But it would have to be something that had like a little bit of, I think, value to it, because the way my algorithm is tailored, the people who would normally watch a Majority Report video, right, would have to have some reason to come watch this guy's video. Now, in this case, I understand why that is. He's talking to Sam Cedar, and they're talking about the concept of boomer brain rot starting long before Facebook. Title of the video. But if it was something in, criticizing Sam Cedar, specifically, kind of like what I thought it was, it would have to be those same Majority Report viewers would have to come to see the video, and most of them would turn it off because it was, slanderous bull. It was the usual bullshit attack. But they would stay if it had some kind of merit to it, I think, because they'd be intrigued by the whole thing. I should watch right-wing content. That should be my streams. I should watch right-wing content. This is not right-wing content. This is something that I would probably enjoy. But I don't think my stream... I don't think that I do the best when I'm enjoying things. Okay, I'm not going to therapize on stream, but I do think that I need like some kind of pushback, some kind of pain. Just a little bit, I need a little bit of something to motivate me to, yap about something. And that can be entertaining, I think, yapping about something at times. But if I watch stuff that I like, well, I'll find some way to yap about it. You know what? Never mind. Never mind. That's the thing about stream of thought. Sometimes the stream just ends. Just like my stream. Goodbye. Oh, that would be a perfect end point. Oh, I should have ended the stream. I should have ended the stream. I should have ended the stream, and now I've cursed it. I've cursed it for the rest of the stream because I'm going to keep thinking I should have ended the stream. Think about that time earlier when I could have ended the stream. Oh, man, I've cursed my stream. I've actually cursed myself. Fuck. This is, I will say this. This is sort of where whimsy becomes a bonus You know, you can, like, when you start to take in the full spectrum of things, you start to realize, like, there's certain concepts, like curses, that are just, they're real. They can be real. You can self-sabotage yourself. You know, that's all, like, a curse can be. I just curse myself is what I'm trying to say. Because I'm gonna do the rest of the stream, right? And then I'm gonna have to end it at some point because I gotta cook some food for me, the ogre, the dwarf, and the fucking sorcerer. But once I get to that point, you know, I'll end the stream. Everything, you know, will have been. I will have done the stream. I will have gotten it out of my system to do the stream. That was the plan. And now, no matter how well it goes, no matter how much I nail it, and I know I'm gonna nail it. Oh, when I do the stream. Yeah, I know. No matter how much it's nailed, I'm still going to, you know, I'm gonna look back and go, oh, well, should have ended it at that point. Should have ended it earlier. I've cursed myself. All right. Anyway, sorry. I went off on a whole thing, and now I'm apologizing. Look at this. This is terrible. Hey, here's some world news. ICE has been deployed to JFK Airport.
So I'm at JFK Airport, where today ICE agents were sent in to help with the long TSA lines because TSA workers aren't being paid. And this is what they're doing. Absolutely fucking nothing. While this TSA agent, God bless her, handles the entire line.
God bless
They stand
her.
here doing nothing. Got a few more. Good job, guys. Good work. Literally, this woman is handling the entire TSA line.
Yep.
While 4 different ICE agents stand and watch her. We got some backup. To do nothing. Break time. Our day at work. I actually can relate to you guys in the sense that when I worked retail, I also walked around a lot while doing nothing to convince people that I was working. Well, at least I can sleep easy, knowing that this airport finally has armed bathroom attendants. Snack time. Tough day on the job. So lines are the exact same length they were before, and we've replaced the people who actually knew what they were doing with untrained armed Gestapo. We did it. We made airports great again. So I'm
Yeah, so, like, what do we do about this? Thoughts in the chat. Here's the funny thing is, like, it's so blatant what's happening that it's crazy. Like, they're just trying to break things. They're just trying to mess shit up. That's why they have, you know, these guys, these aren't like their regular, these are all like new trainees and stuff. This guy's got, I mean, that's the blurriness of the video that's making him look that pristine, or maybe it's a filter or something on the video. I don't know, but it looks like he's caked in fucking makeup in that in that still. But yeah, man, he might as well be. Like, there's another layer to this of like why they're putting out brown and Latino people as these ICE agents and stuff. Like, this is all such theater. I don't know, but what do we do? Like, it's all theater. It's all theater. It's performative bullshit. They're not there to do anything. Except for these, like, photo shoot things. And also to occasionally, harass or bring down somebody for some fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit. They're not there to do anything. They're to help TSA. How does that... It's dumb. It's so fucking dumb. But yeah, they're quite literally breaking everything, like, right in front of everyone. So how do we stop that? How? Somebody... I got nothing in the chat. The chat is representative of the entire world right now. Just nothing. And goddamn. God bless that TSA agent, though. God bless her. Ugh. I fucking hate it. He's a bisexual awakening. I think I'm gonna just watch shorts. Oh, okay, yeah, okay, yeah. All right, so I watched one fucking video. Okay, I looked at a thing, and now everything that I'm getting is this fucking these wild boys at the Wild Podcast. They're getting wild. Whoa. When did porn hype houses start happening? When did that become a thing? I mean, I know that porn was kind of doing, like, porn studios would sometimes have a thing where they'd have a 24-hour live feed. They'd have all the guys living together and stuff, and they would be living together. Like, that was the porn studios was paying for their lodging and everything. But they would just have them live together, and it would be like a 24-hour live stream, like a Big Brother style live stream. But this is different. This is like modern day hype houses, but with just porn stars. Has that been around forever? And I haven't been clued in. Anyway, they're breaking out of containment. They're coming into the real world now. They started doing, like, podcasts and just PG or not PG, whatever this is rated, shows and stuff. They're breaking out of containment, man. Which is good, I'm glad I'm glad porn people do stuff. I hope they break into the mainstream more, but I know that they're breaking out of containment and getting into the mainstream because I'm getting this stuff, and I'm not porn averse, but I don't like look at porn stuff on my computer. Well, that's not true. No. Ah, 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 ah. Live streams of thought are fucking crazy, man. Oh, sometimes I just wind up saying the craziest shit. I didn't mean. I meant. My head was thinking YouTube. Like, I don't watch porn stuff on YouTube. Okay. But that wasn't quite true. Because, I mean, I watch stuff, porn. I watch, I see somebody that's hot. I don't know who this is. This is a bad example. This isn't really my type. But I watch things that, that maybe could have algorithmically got me to that place, but I'm just saying it's not on a regular basis. And then somehow that turned into I don't watch porn on my computer, which that's not true. Wow. All right. Live streams of thought. Wow. That's the genre this is, right? Live streams of thought. Yeah, I'm gonna tweet it. I'm gonna announce what I'm doing here. I like what I'm doing here, so I'm gonna announce it. I'm gonna say, hey, I'm doing this. Hold on. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so terribly sorry. I left you without a dope beat to step to. My main point here is not that I don't watch porn, because obviously I do. I love all the porn. Porn is so great. I'm very pro porn. But it's not what I watch on my YouTube. Typically. Like, I don't watch a lot of I don't want to. I don't. Anyway, these guys have now made it into my algorithm more than once, quite a lot recently, and it's making me uncomfortable. So I don't know how they got there. That was my whole point for my whole rant. And for that whole stream of thought bullshit that I just did. There, I posted it, okay? The post was sent. Alright, we're doing an actual live stream now. Now I'm doing a thing. Now I'm trying to do a thing. Okay, I shouldn't have streamed that part. Didn't need to hear me groan. Comic book club. Oh, comic book club. Comic book club was awesome. I don't know why these guys aren't more popular. There's only 32 people watching this live stream. Maybe they have a bigger following on Twitch or something. They've been around forever. They're funny as fuck. I don't want to drop in on the conversation, but okay, I'll do it. Hopefully this display, because this might not be a good display. You know, I'm saying all this shit about Comic Book Club because they're good, but dropping in on a live stream, like something, they could hit a dead end. They're talking to somebody, so that's always a toss-up. Anyway, this might not be a good showcase of their
You're
stuff.
doing some reading. You're doing some research.
Yeah, yes.
I feel like I'm really holding you to the fire.
Yeah, well, I feel like...
Yeah, I read, Alex.
Oh my god.
Your preceding reputation is one of science.
Whoa, shit. Not only did that blow out that, it blew out my earphones too. Holy fuck. Oh my god, let's bring this down. Oh, let's bring this down. I am so sorry. I saw that thing screech by into the red.
Now you're really shaking up your reputation with all this pornographic talk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gundam books.
It's too bad for me.
Manga.
10 other bookshelves going off in that direction.
So
well, I mean, to me, it doesn't feel. It feels like it's an extension of what we're saying about Fantastic Four versus Flash.
Right.
Fantastic Four is
That's
like them being like, look, science is our tool. Yes. And with Flash, it feels like other people are going to be like, hey, man, you ever thought of doing this with your very physics-based powers? Maybe you should give this a shot. I mean, so you're like coming and going in that way.
Yeah, that's kind of the fun of Wally not being a scientist. Is that he's a clever man, but it's not his area of expertise. And I think one of the joys of telling stories with science, for me at least, is getting to see people figure things out. Like the not to mention pornography again, but like the competency porn of smart people doing a job well.
They were talking about porn too?
That's kind of been part of superhero comics in the beginning. It's a power of fantasy, but also the power of being good at what you do is part of it. And it's really satisfying to see someone who is good at what they do doing their job well. For me, at least.
Do you get pitched a lot of science? My
job is so much easier. People are like, hey, Ryan, it's a cool thing. You should write a story about it. And I'd say, thanks. I mean, to answer the question you've sort of asked me 3 times, I've dodged around. I do have a file, basically a text file of stuff I've been trying to get to work, whether it's idea or concept. There's one I've been trying to get to work for Fantastic Four for like a year, and then I tried to make it work in Lower Decks, and I couldn't drop it there either. If I ever get to work, you'll see it in comic, but it's more of having a bunch of tiny irons in the fire than anything else.
Okay. Cool. Here's another one. You can feel free to answer this however you want. I assume the number one is going to be Wally, but what are your 3 favorite members of the Flash family?
Wally West, Gorilla Grodd,
and Captain Cold. Nice.
I think I mean, family, it's a big family. But what is family but a bunch of people you see all the time and
Would
maybe
you
don't
stop doing that,
necessarily
please?
like?
Oh my
What do you guys
god.
got?
Gavin, you
Well,
got some choices?
I mean, I would have to say Wally and
Oh,
Linda
that
as
killed
top
me.
2. For the third one,
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know. I might have to take these earphones out. Jesus Christ, that fucking killed me. Wow, that was like a sharp stab right in my ear. Hold on. I'm also trying to get the audio levels right for the stream. I do not want to talk about Asmongold. I don't think that person. I don't need to give anything. Okay, here we go. This showcases Sam. I can't remember his name now. Sam Kiefer. Sam. Who's that? Is that who this is? Anyway, it showcases this guy. He's funny. He used to be on The Wise Kids, you know. He's done some other stuff you should probably know. Sam Brown.
It's good. It's good.
Okay, I'm sorry. I won't do that again.
Everyone likes to say that the internet broke boomers' minds. But what if that's not true? What if baby boomers, our parents, maybe some of our grandparents, were radicalized long before they ever got an internet connection?
That's gotta be
What if it
alright.
was talk radio, cable news, a corporate media machine designed to tell them everything they wanted to hear about the world around them? Well, today we're going to figure out exactly what happened and maybe figure out a way to fix that. Can we fix that?
No
Is it too late to-
way. Oh, yeah, these are going back. Whoa, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to get into a video and then we have to stop and deal with things, but I gotta deal with something. The battery is low. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, 20%. 20%. And when did I start putting these in? This is 7. Yeah, it was about 4 hours ago. I mean, if they hold out for another hour before dying, that's still too low, man. I don't know. I don't think these are for me. Especially when I'm live streaming. I think I'm gonna have to stick with the headphones. I just hate wearing the headphones. Alright, let's go. What's happening now? I'm so sorry to have started a video, got you into it. This guy's giving his intro. Sounds pretty okay, you know. What caused boomers, you know? But let's go.
To fix that, I would love to fix that. I remember the first uses of like OK Boomer happening when I was in college still. So like late 2000s. I was like entering the workforce 2010, 11, 12. And like I didn't like boomers for reasons I didn't totally understand. Like I knew that you made fun of them. Like that was the point, I think.
I distinctly remember somewhere probably around 2016 or 17 when my daughter started saying that to me. She was like 12 or 13 or 14.
Do you remember what she would OK Boomer you about?
Anything. So right now, for instance, I'm Skibbity.
Oh, you're a Skibbity toilet.
I'm Skibbity toilet. I am definitely not Sigma Riz.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that.
And that can be in any context.
I feel like not being Sigma Riz is fine. I think that's fine.
I found it disappointing.
Okay, well, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, that's too bad. I like to think I'm a Sigma male, but maybe only some days. I'm Ryan Broderick. Joining us throughout the episode will be our producer Grant Irving, who pops in from time to time. This is Panic World, a show about how the internet warps our minds, our culture, and eventually reality. And today we are questioning the very premise of our show, which is we're going to try to answer the question: was it the internet that made boomers go quote unquote insane? And I have a different theory I'll be sharing a little later. But joining me.
So as Lisa's put forth is, was it the internet that made boomers go insane? Okay. Right away, I'm going to say no. Here's why. I'm chewing a thing right now, so just give me a second. I gotta stop chewing those things. I really do. They're not good for me. I gotta stop doing that. All right, anyway. The answer is no, and here's why. Because what we consider boomer brain rot, Facebook and the internet as a whole put a spotlight on something that has always been there and has always existed. But those things have always existed in small communities. Like if you lived yourself a solitary lifestyle or something that was just, defined to you and your friend group and all of that, you might not know of, or you might only know of like a distant relative or something that was, that mind rotted, right? Because that's all you were exposed to. At that time, you didn't have the internet that allowed you to see that, oh, no. It's not just that distant relative that's fucking brain rotted. No, it's your aunts, it's your grandpa, it's your brother, it's your sister, it's the internet exposes you to the idea that, hey man, it's your kid. The one to whom you tried to instill all your values to is now gesture maxing and goon maxing and all kind of shit. Like, the brain rots has always been there, man. Whether it be boomer or zoomer or whoever. The internet just highlights what's always been there. And, unfortunately, it fosters a community in which other people gather and they quickly delude themselves into believing that that's just how it is across the board, and these people are, just afraid to tell it like it is, or they're afraid to admit they're that. They foster their own fucking thing, their own delusions and shit. And so, yeah, the internet helps facilitate that. That's not good. But I don't think it caused boomers to become the boomers that they are.
Me.
I don't think it helped create boomers.
So Grant wrote this, and I'm really sorry for how Grant described you here. I just wanted this to be clear. This is from Grant, the left's hippest Gen Xer. Host of the Majority Report, destroyer of many recent viral videos, Sam Zader. Hey, how are you doing? Welcome.
That's a fair descriptor.
Thanks for having me, Ryan, and then thank you, Grant. Are there other Gen Xers?
Sure. I think there's a few on YouTube.
I am very, very early Gen X.
Okay. Does that mean young Gen X or older Gen X?
Well,
Older.
I'm not even sure what that means. But I am like a year away from being a boomer.
Okay, I got you. So I'm more into
a lot of my friends, I guess, which I didn't realize, are boomers, but not the boomers.
Not the boomers, sure.
No.
I think I'm a year away from being a Gen X.
Do you remember the first time you thought maybe the boomer mindset was aging poorly?
Yeah, in the 80s.
Really?
I mean, there was something wrong in the 80s, and I had a feeling it had to do with the people like Wall Street, Michael Douglas character.
Yeah.
Right. Of course, great is good. Gordon Gekko.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I think I perceived him as a boomer. I don't know if Michael Douglas per se would have been, but I think so.
I do think you've touched on something really important about sort of talking about generational politics, which is that it can get very fuzzy. I think the further you kind of like go down this rabbit hole, you're kind of like trying to put people into boxes that might not actually exist. Maybe.
I think our generations have gotten appropriately smaller in this era, but probably needed to be a little bit smaller. There needed to be another generation, somewhere between Gen X and boomers.
That's interesting. Yeah, because I do feel like millennials run right up against Gen Xers. Like I had Gen X coworkers and Gen X bosses. Like that was that was my introduction to the world coming out of college. And then my parents are boomers. But the difference between the Gen X and the boomer line just feels drastically different to me in ways that I think are interesting. But I feel like my concept of like the baby boomer culture as it exists would have been like when I discovered Jon Stewart and like cable news. I feel like it was like very post 9/11 to me of like, oh, okay, this is a cohort of people that have different views of reality than I do.
That Jon Stewart was a boomer.
No. That it was like discovering the Daily Show in high school and college, like learning about cable news and the world of it through the Daily Show, through that lens, kind of introduced me to the idea of baby boomer culture as something divorced from my life in a way.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, the funny part is that Jon Stewart is a boomer, and he's
damn.
I mean, it's weird.
It is weird.
Because I do think that he is in that cohort that really should be between Gen X. Right. And although, like, I sort of feel like I'm actually Gen X, and the people after.
I've always felt Jon Stewart was Gen X. Boomer. I guess so. Yeah, man. He's like 70, right? I was like 60.
Me or not. Because the Gen X, like, when in the early 90s, I understood, you had Copeland's book, but I understood Gen X to be the guys in Slackers.
I would say so too. Yeah.
And they are actually probably.
They were all living out their fantasies. That's the crazy thing. All those movies, we look at a lot of those actors and stuff as being younger than they were. Because all these guys were kind of living out their, the writers and stuff. The directors. But, like, everybody would, or they were tailoring themselves for a younger audience, So if you're tailoring yourself for a younger audience, you're trying to appeal younger. And so for that younger audience, you do appeal younger. And then once you get older, you're like, oh shit, that person was actually in their 80s.
Boomers.
Oh, this is wild.
They're a year or two older than me. And
this is already getting off the rails. I love this.
And I hung out with people like that.
Right.
And so I feel like there's a cohort in between boomers, which should take some of the sort of late hanging fruit. Would they be the highest fruit or the lowest fruit?
Yeah,
from the
fruit,
boomer, and maybe a year sort of like younger than me. That should be really the Gen X, because we were the ones in the shadow of the boomer generation. The problem with the boomer generation was it was their size. And the sort of like intersection with their size with I would say probably are subsidizing corn.
Get it.
Okay.
In the early 70s, Nixon's Commerce Secretary, they made an active decision to subsidize corn so that people would have more disposable income.
Oh.
It would drop the price of food. And that's the era where everything went to shit, in my estimation.
Okay.
Not just because of the corn, not because of not exclusively because of the subsidy,
But it was the disposable income.
it was the disposable income, and it was also the era when lawyers got to advertise.
So okay, yes.
Now,
yes.
And now boomers are now like in their like early 20s, their 30s around that time. They came into Wall Street also, I think, like just the generation just a little bit older than them, like, started doing a lot of like the financialization.
It shone
but
the
they're the
waters.
ones who really juiced it, I think.
I also
it shone the waters by the by raising people's disposable incomes, which is, I mean, on an individual basis, that's good, but but by doing that, you also create this thing where people are going to, sharks are going to feed. You now got people that have money and don't know what to do with it, or they know what to do with it, but they're always looking, to invest and do this and that. So you got people that can just come out of nowhere and just be as predatory as fucking crazy. And that's how all that shit really kicked off. And I fully agree.
I mean, tell me if I'm off base here, but I feel like there's something very unique, mirrored by millennials to a degree, actually, where the boomer generation, as general terms here, remembers a world without really a modern idea of mass media, and then kind of comes of age during the full corporatization of mass media. And I do think they're like a very unique generation in that way, more so even than the millennials, where their viewpoint, their sort of sense of reality was canonized by the television, by mass Hollywood appeal, by popular music as a concept, which didn't really exist before. Let's say if you wanted
all of their art consumption and all of their the things that dictated the culture, like all of the things, was all very carefully curated for that generation by TV, by news, by things that they weren't encouraged to look at independent artists. They weren't encouraged to do the mass majority and stuff. Because we're talking about, you got to think about what was popular then. That's the people that get, like, as the herd thins out, so to speak, as time moves on and people die off and stuff, it was the more popular people, the popular masses and stuff that were likely, are the ones that we're left with. Statistically, we got those people here. So you got to think about what was, in order to get in that kind of mindset. That's what I'm trying to say. Did that make sense? Oh, wow. I think I lost it. I don't think that made sense. No, it did. It did. I'm cool. I'm good. Everything's cool.
To be simplistic, like Elvis into the Beatles era, like all of their lives were sort of reflected back to them as like this homogenized media reflection, which I think is like kind of important for thinking about their politics now. Like that's my read.
I think that's true. And I would add to that by saying it wasn't just that it was homogenized, because arguably I think in their minds it was
I'd say
counterculture.
They thought they were
in some
being
ways,
radical,
but
diverse.
it was a perfect reflection because they were the first to have that commercialization, and they were such a big generation. That's the whole point. They were such a big generation that their whole perspective, as it's like dictated by context, and in those days, context was much more narrow, right? Like you only had 3 channels. of television.
Mm-hmm.
You only had so many, musical options. Right? Like, things were just more narrow. And so their tastes, as defined by their context, was completely and almost the exclusive product of culture. And so, like, that's how you get the me generation, because it really is completely centered around your perspective in a way that, like, you may not have had mass culture in the same way prior to, or commercialized mass culture prior to that generation. You do have it today, obviously, but it's far more fragmented. And so even the millennials who have that sort of buying power to dictate, they're still, on some level, we're still all living in the shadow of the boomers, because everybody was selling to them.
Right. And that is a perfect tee up for, so we try to figure out, like, when the idea of, like, the boomer brain rot concept started, or, like, how it began. Like, how did we get here? And it's kind of it's a hard story to tell, but where we start, I think, which makes sense, I think, to me, is August 1987, when Reagan and the FCC abolished the Fairness Doctrine, which, for our listeners, required national TV and radio networks to give airtime to both sides for controversial topics. And then, about a year later, we see the emergence of a local conservative radio host. I'm sure you're a big fan of this guy, Rush Limbaugh.
Okay. Sorry, I had to. I was in the middle of something else. I couldn't pause it. Yeah. So far, all good. Sounds like a basic rundown of events. I remember. Oh, hold on. Wait. Sorry, I came back too soon. Yeah, so I remember that the whole thing regarding the Fairness Doctrine was that it was supposed to be a positive, or it was sold as if it was a positive, but it was actually, man, what a fucking Trojan horse that was. And Rush Limbaugh, this guy. Oh, this guy. Folks, I will tell you. Today, well, it troubled me. It troubled me unlike any other day that I've had this week, this month, this year even. And I'll tell you what started the trouble. Now, if you don't know this, for context, I suppose I will tell you that I live in a suburb that is 20 feet inland from a ragged shore. Now, today, when I was on my journey down the street, walking my companion, a female dachshund, the one that I got from a breeder 12 years ago to the day, I saw along the path a woman stranded by the side of the road. Now, I know what you're thinking. Many of you may say, yeah, this was your chance to be a gentleman. This was your chance to be chivalrous. But I'll have you know that I do not care to appeal to chivalry. And so that is why I kept walking with my female dachshund companion. Because I thought, let that bitch fix it herself. You know, this is Rush Limbaugh. This is who Rush Limbaugh was. He was great. He was fucking great. I mean, he was a terrible man. He was a terrible, terrible man who pushed terrible fucking things, but he had a great delivery and a great way of like a cadence and a rhythm to his stuff that was just, it was very good.
Of a local
A
conservative.
lot of people say Tim Dillon is the new Rush Limbaugh for a different generation, maybe different politics. He bounces around. He's actually, he probably, Rush Limbaugh was centered in this stuff, but yeah, Rush Limbaugh wasn't as creative as Tim Dillon. Tim Dillon he's both better than Rush Limbaugh and kind of worse, like somehow a little bit. But for the most part, he's better than Rush Limbaugh. But Rush Limbaugh was a great orator.
Radio host. I'm sure you're a big fan of this guy, Rush Limbaugh.
I'll tell you something. I actually have listened to probably more Rush Limbaugh than anybody you will ever interview. That's my guess.
I would.
Bitch, you haven't met me. Oh, hey.
I would take that bet, absolutely. Here is a Wall Street Journal op-ed that directly connects his success to mainstream media now being able to sort of take sides. And they write, many people say I need to be balanced with equal time, Limbaugh said. I don't need to be balanced with equal time because, and then the crowd, that he's speaking to starts cheering, I am equal time. And I do feel like this is sort of the most important domino, in this story. So now by 1990, Rush is the most popular radio show in America. And the New York Times writes, his persona, comic blowhard, his style, a schizoid spritz bouncing between earnest lecturer and political vaudevillian. So what are your sort of earliest memories of Rush? And
Wait, I gotta take that in for a second. All right, what was the first part? And here the crowd played its part as the chorus. No. His persona, comic blowhard. His style, schizoid spritz, bouncing between earnest lecturer and political vaudevillain. Yeah, that's accurate. No, that's accurate. His style is schizoid spritz. Because even in the impression that I just did of him, it was the same thing. It was like he would bounce from thing to thing to thing, but he would bring it back around. It's called the weave, okay? Have you heard our great president? Unfortunately, and I'm going to tell you something very, very sad. I think President Trump could weave. Sucks because weaving it's a skill. I don't want to get into this. Because I feel like people are going to make some certain judgments, and then I'm going to have to try to explain. But let's just say that the whole weave thing, it is a skill, okay? And and it does say a lot about you, and it is a schizoid spritz. It is essentially what it is, but it's it's a listenable, tolerable. If it's done well, it's really good. You can listen to somebody's schizoid, you can get spritzed all fucking day. It's really good. And that's what Rush Limbaugh, that is one thing that he could do really well. He could schizoid spritz, man. He is schizoid spritz. Comic blowhard. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Bouncing between earnest lecturer and political vaudevillain. Now, this is interesting. I'd say yes. This is a good categorization, too, because he would, he would at least pretend to bare his soul, where he tells you I don't like to talk about this stuff. Usually, I'm more focused on my dog walking trips and whatnot. And you know how those tend to go. But folks, we are facing a problem here in this country right now that I have never seen before in my lifetime, dog walking or not. It throws in like little things to make longtime listeners and stuff like get it. Like, oh wow, yeah, okay, dog walking. Yeah, that's the thing that he talked about doing before. Okay, it gets people's attention. It drives into people's emotions and stuff like that. And that's where he gets serious and he says, sincerely, if we do not vote for President Bush, it was Bush at the time. I don't think, yeah, he went into Trump, didn't he? He lived to Trump. But if we do not vote for this person, if we do not support Bill number 4, something, if we do not, I tell you this with great gravity. I have never felt more of a bone-chilling prospect, of a chilling and burning your soul with ice prospect. And if we do not vote for this bill or support this bill, we will face dire consequences. We'll all die. Everyone will die. You will die. Everyone will die. That was his shit, and it felt it was earnest, and he would walk you through it exactly why you have to support Bill number 4, why you have to, but it's all because he was working his thing. And then when he was called on that, because people would listen to him that were intelligent, they could call out his thing, and they'd be like, "Oh man, you really got real serious about that bill number. Who's paying your bills there, big guy or something?" And he would go like, "Well, everyone's paying my bills. I'm paying by the month." He would play it off like it was a joke, and like, "Oh, I'm this persona. I'm the persona of Rush Limbaugh. I'm not, I'm the real me is Timothy Allen Eshkowitz or something, like that's the real me. This is the persona I'm playing off, and anyone who actually buys into that is just buying into the thing. Like he could duck and move. He was really good at that. May he burn in hell.
Comic blowhard, his style, a schizoid spritz balancing between earnest lecturer and political vaudevillian. So what are your sort of earliest memories of Rush? And more importantly, I think the world before Rush and then after, because I feel like that is the watershed moment here for a lot of this stuff.
Well, I'll tell you what I do remember. I remember George Herbert Walker Bush having to apologize to Rush Limbaugh. I can't remember what it was about, but he had to go on there and apologize. Damn.
Wow, like a real kowtow moment. That's wild.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it was like
That's
91,
power,
92.
baby. That
I don't
was
know if I had the
political power.
sophistication to
Crazy
understand
political
exactly
power.
all that was going on, but Herbert Walker Bush was sort of like the balance to Ronald Reagan's ticket, and Ronald Reagan was so ascendant by that point that Herbert Walker Bush needed Limbaugh's blessing. Yeah, and it was really just bad comedy. mixed in with like this, sort of almost like coast to coast quality conspiracy theory. But the Republicans had to kowtow to him.
Because he was so powerful? Yeah.
Yes.
Before we go any further in the timeline here, I do want to ask a question because I want to pin this question across the whole episode because it's one that I truly don't have the context for. And I'm hoping to get an answer maybe, or at least come to some sort of conclusion, which is, do you feel like people were waiting for someone like Rush Limbaugh or were changed by someone like Rush Limbaugh? Like, because I feel like if we can answer that question,
I think there was
waiting for someone like Rush Limbaugh. Let me see.
Waiting for someone like Rush Limbaugh, or were changed by someone like?
Or were changed. I'm just gonna take this one for a minute, Sam. Sam, hey, Sam. Okay, Sam's not paying attention right now. He's on pause. He's holding up. I'm gonna take this. I think I'm gonna say it's A. No, I think yeah, it's A. It's mostly A. They were basically, people have always been waiting to hear a voice to echo the things that, their shitty thoughts and ideas and stuff. Or to go on, wherever. Everybody wants to have their voice, and the shit kind of distilled into this one person, and he played into that. He purposely played into that. Rush Limbaugh would be one of those guys who would privately look down on Trump, like a Donald Trump in the early days and stuff. But if his audience was in support, all of a sudden that changes. He catered to his audience, so that means that there's always been those people to cater to. Now, in doing so, and because he had such a good presence and stuff like that, I think he helped sway some people that maybe weren't already fully there. It's like a mix of both. But mostly, he just highlighted what was already there.
Like Rush Limbaugh, because I feel like if we can answer that question,
I think there was a little bit of both because
Limbaugh's
big.
Sam, come on, man. This guy's copying me, man. What the fuck's happening? He can't do that. He can't do that. If we were doing a panel thing, he couldn't do that shit. I said my thing first. A little bit of both. Fuck you, buddy. I came to that conclusion.
Thing was, do not doubt yourself. Limbaugh's number one job throughout, and having listened to him probably from, early 90s to at least through 2010, 2012. But his big thing was, do not doubt yourself. Do not let the creeping doubt in. And it was basically his way of saying, if you start thinking that you're being racist, no, you're not.
Wrong. Yeah.
If you think that, hey, is this a bad thing that we're doing this to the planet? No. All of the things he was basically telling boomers, reinforcing this notion of the world is in your image.
Sure.
which is like, what they were learning from commerce.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're seeing yourself reflected back on television because you're the biggest market.
And you are important, right?
Do not doubt that there's any experience outside of that that is valid. And that was it, basically. I mean, I remember this one segment, and this must have been...
Yeah, I fully agree with that, too. That's... Wow. Yeah. They, so... What's interesting about that is, well, I'll do this. I'll let him finish the part.
Sometime around like 2007, I'm listening to Rush Limbaugh, and he's talking about how the loony left environmentalists, and he's got this great story, and he starts to read the story. And I know like what he was doing because I do, this is what I would do on radio too. Like his producer had given him, a story and yellowed it for him. And he's reading about the Swiss Alps. And these loony lefts are putting on and he's reading it, they're putting like tinfoil on the mountain because they're so afraid of global warming and that it's melting. And then as he reads it, he inadvertently reads the part which says that this was done by the corporation that owns the mountain because they were worried about losing profits. And then he quickly goes to break. But the idea was that everything he would do, and people would call in and he would say, don't doubt yourself. Do not doubt yourself. And that was the big thing that they wanted because this is an era, a cohort of people who live through... And by cohort of people, I mean white men.
Right. Yeah. Let's be specific here. Yeah.
Women.
Yeah, white people, for sure was his main target audience, but that resonated. That don't doubt yourself. That resonated for everybody then, as the same as it would resonate for so many people now. But for slightly different reasons. Like now it's like, don't doubt, don't have that self-doubt of don't doubt yourself, like hold yourself back. It doesn't mean don't doubt yourself as in don't question, your sources or what you're doing or like who you're listening to or what your thing, like it just means don't have that internal self-doubt that keeps you from growing and achieving and being your best person. But that's not that's not how he wielded it. That's not that's not what he did with that. That's not
White women.
The unfortunate women married to them. Yeah, exactly.
To white, yes. And they're going through a tremendous amount of social change that necessarily places them lower than they were in the social pecking order.
Yeah, so all the things that he was saying gets construed as, again, these people are they're wacky liberals. These people are the crazy Dems, the bullshit, these are communists, these are, Antifa, these are whatever. All of it gets into don't question the narrative. Is what it all ultimately comes down to. But it could start, like there's flourishings, there's the beginning developments if used properly for the, like, don't doubt yourself to be used in a good sense. It's just, we need a good Rush Limbaugh. There you go. We don't need a good, we don't need a leftist Joe Rogan. We need a good Rush Limbaugh.
In other words,
Tim Dillon
it's more
is
egalitarian. They were on the top, and Gen Xers of my age, we were on the sort of like just on the other side of it, where like the idea that women can make money is not like a revolutionary.
Yeah, it's not going to end the world.
There was a cohort of people who just like resented the fact, like Brett Kavanaugh.
Yeah.
Although he's more Gen X, I guess. But the idea that like, hey, when I was born, I was sort of bequeathed something.
And it was taken away from me, exactly.
And it was taken away from me. And Limbaugh was there basically. The people he spoke to didn't quite have it taken away from them. It was just being threatened. And so they had to be like, their perspective on the world had to be maintained.
So I won't torment you with Rush Limbaugh clips, but I am going to show you one in just a second. And I think it's a really fascinating clip to look at because I had heard this argument last year that I hadn't really considered, and I kind of like it, which is that...
Here's why I'll only tacitly endorse the idea of having an actual Rush Limbaugh type for the left, or that to help guide people in a better direction, right? And it's because of the fact that so many people are now, their shit's not being threatened, it's being taken. Everything, or it's been stolen, it's been taken, like we're at a time when everything is crashing down now, and we could use someone that can collectively like gather people's anger and fury and disdain, for everything, and they can actually like gather that up and use that to fight against or fight for the people who are in need of it, fighting or helping. We need that. I also don't think that we need a just one Rush Limbaugh. That's the thing. They did it wrong. We need like two. We need to think outside the box when it comes to this shit, We gotta do something, man, because people's collective anger and what's happening right now, it can be channeled. It has to be.
When you have something like the sexual revolution happening to, let's say, baby boomers in their teenage and early 20s, and then you see the rise of mass media, corporatizing it, homogenizing it, sanding down the counter cultural, aspects of it, what you're left with is what you said earlier, the me generation, the idea that, everything can be found inside, everything can be found within. And we found this ad from Rush Limbaugh that I think is a fascinating artifact because it does sort of tie to this idea that boomer conservatism is based around a weird sexual politics. Let's put it that way. So tell me if
Here's the genesis of what I would argue for, and to build around that. It's the idea that you can find answers within, but it takes a bunch of self-doubt. It takes a bunch of self-questioning and testing and it's a never-ending battle. It's just always on, that's what all that shit's about. And that's where we direct people, is not that you shouldn't question yourself. Why my VPN just yeah, the idea that fuck the haters, sure, but also maybe do a quick internal check, make sure everything's like just that little bit of a reminder collectively to people can really, I think, help center some, because a lot of people just get way out of their head and they get easily guided by the wrong and terrible influencers. So, like, let's get the good ones in there, let's harness this power.
If you can hear this.
Let people know that they can do the stuff on their own, but not at the cost of their own soul, not at the cost of their own being. And I'm sorry I keep saying soul. I try to make things as atheistic as possible, okay? But, I have a limited vocabulary, so I don't say English is my second language. I don't want to tell you what my first language is. You wouldn't like it.
Here's your chance to start the new year the right way. Now available, the official Ditto 1991 t-shirt, just $12.50. Or the Ditto 1991 sweatshirt, only $19.95. Order yours today.
Now, for people who cannot see the clip, that is 3 people, a man and 2 women, showing off their Rush Limbaugh shirts as they pop champagne. And I believe that this is heavily implying that you can tell people that you're a swinger if you wear Rush Limbaugh merch. I believe that's what I'm looking at right now.
I mean, I'm not sure.
That's interesting.
I think what's more relevant is less that they're swingers, but that the white guy is literally centered.
Yeah, he's in the middle of both women. That is true. Yeah.
He is and they are both sort of clocked to him. That is the dynamic.
You said that like politicians at his height, let's say in the early 90s, were sort of appearing on his show, apologizing to him. Do you feel like that fundamentally did change the Republican Party as an institution?
Absolutely. His ability to move people, he put conservatism on steroids.
Yeah. Well, when we're talking about the 90s, though,
because Rush Limbaugh was one of the first people, there was probably a huge segment of his audience that was swingers and stuff. They were probably pot smokers. He spoke to the libertarian type people that, that's usually older, get off my lawn type fuckers, get off my lawn, but then, come over on my lawn and bang my wife, it's, that was his demographic. He knew that. It's why he played to them. That's why he was, so like shaky in his, political dialogue and stuff. He would backtrack on things, and he was your cool conservative, because the people of the previous generation, so you got boomers, he kind of crossed the boundaries. The boundary crossers, those are the bad ones. Those are the dangerous ones. If we're talking about public speakers and all that stuff, the ones that can cross boundaries between young and old, and has a very that's the ones that have a little bit of power. He would have been speaking to a generation that grew up with like their conservatives, dads and stuff, were listening to whatever the radio Johnny Carson was back then. Fucking who would the guy have been? They had a guy, or maybe it was maybe it was Mad Magazine or something like that. Oh yeah, National Lampoons. I don't know. They had a fucking guy. They had an outlet or something that they thought of when they thought like, conservative bullshit, suit and tie, button up kind of guy and shit. And then like Limbaugh's like, do whatever you want, and the profits are, but I don't actually mean that when I say, unless I do, and I'm just gesture maxing, Holy shit, Rush Limbaugh was jester maxing. Oh, fuck. Okay. All right, let me play this. Jesus
So we
Christ.
do have to introduce one more character here before we get any further. So in 1996, a couple years after the Rush Limbaugh explosion, Austin, Texas is getting very popular, and they have a local public access TV show full of weird freaks. And at the time, a 22-year-old weird freak, possibly the comedian Bill Hicks, who faked his own death and then reinvented himself as a talk show host, a man named Alex Jones appears on TV, and The Observer at the time describes it thusly. On his early shows, Jones would sit behind a desk in front of a star map of the universe and take calls, ranting red-faced into a camera about the police state, the New World Order, and exposing shadowy elites. And he quickly gets a radio show, The Final Edition. Was this on your radar in the mid-90s?
I had a buddy who was into him. I don't know how he heard him at that time, but it had to do, or maybe this was the early aughts, with David Icke. Because the funny part is that...
Sure.
Yes.
The alien conspiracy theory.
Yes.
Yes.
Lizard
reptilian
And the funny
guy.
thing is that I've seen a clip of Alex Jones saying that David Icke is the turd in the punch bowl. That basically, he's put out there to make the truth that people like Alex Jones were exposing seem like discredited conspiracy theories.
Oh, that's fun.
In fact, we just played this clip on the show, that clip of Alex Jones recently on the show, because it is also extremely reminiscent of a clip of Tucker Carlson in 2000 saying that Bill O'Reilly was a fraud and he was going to get uncovered at one point. And I think what happened to both Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones is they both realized, like, wait a second, no, these guys are just succeeding.
I
And
hate
so,
that.
I think
fucking
Tucker
hate
Carlson
that edit. Oh, what the hell? I know why they did it. I get that, it's not like a conspiracy, a cover up why they fucking edited. He a nod and stuttered a bit and then got back on point. But like, still, it wasn't seamless. I would have preferred the raw one.
realized, like, wait a second, no, these guys are just succeeding.
See?
No, these guys are just succeeding.
What was that?
No, these guys are just succeeding.
Maybe it wasn't an edit.
These guys are just succeeding.
No, that's a fucking edit.
No, these guys are just succeeding. No, these guys are just succeeding.
His shadow moves. His shadow blinks.
No, these guys are just succeeding.
Yeah, that feels like an edit. Holy fuck. Whatever it was, it took me out for a second. I couldn't follow along with what he was saying. It felt like an edit. Oh my God.
Succeeding. And so,
yeah.
I think Tucker Carlson realized, like, nobody's ever going to blow Bill O'Reilly's Everyman cover. It doesn't matter what he does. And I think Tucker Carlson adopted that. And I think Alex Jones, to the extent that he, was conscious of what he was doing, saw that David Icke was like, this is where we're going to go. And he followed that conspiracy thing. But I would also argue that it's not inconceivable to me that Limbaugh was drawing from Alex Jones in terms of conspiracies, or that Jones was drawing from Limbaugh in terms of the idea of conspiracy selling. I mean, this was always out there with the John Birch Society. I mean, there is a long tradition of these type of conspiracies on the right, but monetize.
When you look at it, when you look at the history of it, right? When it's all laid bare, it is so incredible to think. And I mean, people they still buy into, now it's Nick Fuentes and shit like that. But when it's all laid bare, it's so clear what these people are and what they were doing. And you had, like, I had people have people that would listen to this shit and go, you're like, man, yeah, I'm not usually into Rush, but I mean, he makes a pretty good point when he's talking about what. And I don't usually listen to Fuentes, but he makes a pretty good point when he has one. It's that shit. They're so it's just so clear of like who they are how can you not see what these people are when you lay bare their lives, who they were in the past, who they've always been, who these new people are and continue to be. Like it's always see the patterns, people.
Them. This is the era when that happened.
I'd even say like figuring out how to package them into something like, I compare it a lot to WWE. I think a large part of that is figuring out like the irony levels there, the sort of like, how do you make it theatrical? And one sort of interesting Alex Jones subplot I love to bring up when I talk about him is that there's this feature, I think it was like Vanity Fair or something many, many years ago, about this couple in Brooklyn that kind of got sucked into a cult, and they eventually...
I don't want to really interrupt him, but I just want to quickly say, especially when it comes to someone like Alex Jones, it's not hard to do what these people do. It's really genuinely not that hard. It's just hard to it's impossible for me and most other people who are decent to do and say the things that they do and say to the extent that they do and say them, because we have like hearts and consciousness and like brains that work, stuff like that. Like they have a lot of mixtures of those things, but they've, for whatever reason, given up on trying to salvage their being or something. Like they're kind of irredeemable on that aspect. It's crazy to think. Okay, I'm sorry. I interrupted this guy's whole thing.
Alex Jones subplot I love to bring up when I talk about him is that there's this feature, I think it was like Vanity Fair or something many, many years ago, about this couple in Brooklyn that kind of got sucked into a cult, and they eventually commit suicide by walking into the ocean together. And it's like, it's a great story, and we'll link to it in our show notes. But if you read it, it's a fascinating sort of artifact of its time, because it talks about this weird shock jock from Austin that moves to Williamsburg and gets like ingratiated with like the Vice magazine set, and he think he's like this cool renegade. And I think it's like a very fascinating example of like how irony kind of played cover for Alex Jones at the beginning. In fact, he ties up for a local poll for best talk radio host in 1999. He gets fired because the radio network doesn't like him. And the Austin Chronicle wrote at the time, Jones, who hosted the final edition, so named because you never knew when the government might shut down, might show up at the station to force you off the air, was instead forced off the station by station management last week. And the reporter in this thing seems to kind of be into Alex Jones. They write, I still at least appreciate the fact he was tackling political topics, and from a different perspective than the right-wingers who dominate talk radio, such as G. Gordon Liddy.
Yeah, G. Gordon
and
Liddy.
Unlike much of the so-called black helicopter crowd, he isn't racist. He saves all of his ire for government and corporations. And I feel like that is a very important...
Yeah, that's who they were rebelling against, is those types of people. Okay. So I didn't know 1950s radio, okay? I'm not that old, I swear. I'm a very old man now, but I'm not that old of a man. Well, I'm much older. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to break the narrative. I'm 82 years old. But yeah, I wasn't familiar with the radio back then. G. Gordon Liddy, yeah. I do know that name, though.
Innovation from Alex Jones is like tapping into this like keep Austin weird, freaky deaky Gen Xer kind of mentality, and like taking that torch from Rush Limbaugh in a lot of ways. But it's also interesting to think that like they were sort of aware of each other.
Yeah, I got to imagine that they were. I mean, the radio's not that big. They also probably
I'd
were
say
very,
Joe
very...
Rogan is definitely the inheritor of the Rush Limbaugh sort of thrown. A surprising upset, really. But yeah, I'd say maybe Rush. I mean, maybe Joe Rogan. Oh, don't battery low me.
Beware of Art Bell. And,
Sure.
you know, Art Bell, Coast to Coast,
Oh, he died.
that show was also, you know, would occasion. I mean, you know, a lot of times it was more like paranormal or a UFO, but they would occasionally there would be some like you know somewhat like Bilderbergery stuff that would come in, and so all of that is in that mix at that time, and the one of the things that the fairness doctrine, the repeal of it did.
Oh, it went on. Hold on, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And then I would also say with Clinton's Communications Act in '96.
Right. This would have been right around when Alex Jones launches. Yeah.
One of the things that it did is it just started to like ramp up the ability for corporations to monetize this stuff. That all played into it. There was a business model that was driving a lot of this stuff.
After the break, we're going to be talking about what I think is probably the biggest next important moment in our story here, which is obviously 9/11. But before that, here.
Okay. Hold on a second. I gotta change my audio and change over to my headset because my thingy just died. So, and yeah, Earfun Air Pro Plus. No, sir. No, thank you. That I didn't even have game mode on. I don't think. No, I made sure to explicitly turn game mode off. I do have transparency mode on. No, I gotta have better than 5 hours of battery life. And I'm being generous with that 5 hours. Because I think I might have put these in around like 3:45 or something. No, this isn't cool. Alright, I'm not gonna do this with one headphone, so just give me a second. I gotta switch some things around. I hope we're liking the video. I'm liking the video. Hey, why don't we give a like to our friend Panic World, okay? Go ahead and like the video and comment and subscribe. I don't know who this fucking guy is. But no, I'm liking the points made. But I will be right back. Just hold on.
Here's a word from our sponsors, commemorative gold coins. Check out some commemorative gold coins. And we'll be right back. I think we can kind of all agree that like 9/11 is a mass threat.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't have my microphone on. Hey, I'm back. All right, let's get back.
Radicalization event for America. Like it is the line in the sand of the 21st century. I've been trying lately because we just did an episode about like people whose parents are being radicalized by the internet, and so I've been spending a lot of time like putting myself trying to empathize with like the mindset of someone who gets sucked down a rabbit hole. You know, someone in their 60s, 70s, and something that I keep coming back to is this idea that, you know, if you were born peak Cold War paranoia and then you see 9/11. I have some sympathy for older people who have now since just gone off the deep end. I mean, do you feel like that experiencing like that kind of environment throughout your life, that does create paranoia naturally, right? Like that's not totally out of control, out of the question.
Yeah, and there was all.
I mean, okay, but yeah, that explains like the Dennis Miller effect, right? That's just how. Yeah, I mean. I think it's still just an event that only highlighted. No, I mean, I guess it probably changed a lot of people's sentiments too. I don't. Yeah.
Already this sort of like
Yes.
thing in the air from that generation, from the Reagan era, right? Like, because remember, Bill.
It set off a thing where people, it gave license to do the worst possible, to think the worst kinds of things. It gave a target for those people to just be like, hey, it's the Muslims are the problem here. They're fucking crazy. The radical Islamists, blah 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 blah. It gave them an outlet for a lot of the shit that they had been prepping for anyway.
Bill Clinton in his first term, he only won 45% of the vote. He didn't even have a majority of people.
Typical Clinton behavior, stealing an election. Those people.
Day one, it was Limbaugh was talking about impeachment on day one.
Do you get dizzy watching the same things happening over and over again like this?
Well,
I know I do. I can't speak for Sam, but yeah, I certainly fucking do. It is so much to take in.
A tangent in 2004 on Air America, I got to interview with Janine Garofalo Gore Vidal multiple times, and he would come in, and he had just written The United States of Amnesia, and his whole argument was like, this country doesn't remember anything, like nothing, and I couldn't fully grasp what he meant until I see like the reformation of George Bush, and I mean, all the like the Lynn Cheney. I mean, like nobody remembers anything. It's so disturbing. But what 9/11 did, I think, is like you still had in the air this sort of anti-hippie sentiment, and a lot of the hippies were again the silent generation. They weren't actually
That's
boomers.
so wild to consider, but you're right. Yeah,
the boomers saw the hippies get like more disillusioned and really just came down and got the sort of like
the scraps of it. Yeah,
the me focus part of it. What was left for the boomers was just the more material aspects or the individualized part. And the part that was bad was like the sort of McGovern hippie part. It was set up for us to be attacked was a function of some, like sort of national weakness. And so a lot of people, just decided like, I got to get muscular. I mean, that's like what turned Bill Maher into Bill Maher. Guys like that really sort of lost their minds a little bit.
And to tie it to sort of this idea that the boomers, like, mass media is to baby boomers what the internet is effectively to millennials. It is this like massive new technology that they are growing up with and alongside and reflecting themselves back to themselves. And if you spin through like some of the crazy controversies, well, first actually, 9/11 is I had a history of terrorism professor in college once call it the most perfect spectacle ever devised by human beings. There's nothing more impactful visually than 9/11 was. But then its effect on mass media is also fascinating to sort of look back on. So here's a quick, list of a few things that happened here. There's a massive list of songs that Clear Channel basically doesn't allow stations to play, including Benny and the Jets, Green Day's Brain Stew, In the Air Tonight, and Great Balls of Fire. I get it. That must have been a fun job for someone to put together. Sequels to the movies True Lives and Forrest Gump are both canceled. The idea of Forrest Gump stopping 9/11, I think, would have probably not made a great movie. Could make that now, though, maybe. There's nonstop news on terrestrial TV. Cable news kind of comes into its own at this moment. Baseball games are canceled for the first time since D-Day. And obviously, everyone assumes that the X-Files predicted it because of that one episode with the lone gunman where literally 9/11 does happen like several months before it actually happens in real life. It feels like the moment where mass media is no longer just reflecting our tastes and our interests or the tastes and the interests of baby boomers. It's now like dictating reality and what they're able to even sort of like experience. Like it's like almost like the moment the machine turns back on them in a weird way.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's true. And I don't know... I don't know how conscious I was of that in the moment because, it was scary.
It is, yeah.
I mean, it really was actually scary. And, I lived in the city, and I lived almost next door to a National Guard, I don't know what you call it, not a base, but a building where, like, they were bringing the bodies. And so there was so many photos that went around. I feel like it was like 26th Street between Lex and Park, maybe, just plastered with photos of people looking for their loved ones. And that, it probably existed only a couple of months, maybe, but it felt like it was an eternity. But yes, I think that's true. I know, like, being in New York, I just remember thinking, I mean, we had to evacuate. I was living in a building on Park Avenue in 29
That
Park Ave
edit
South.
didn't bother me.
We had to evacuate because they thought another plane was going to hit the Empire State Building, like, I don't know, 5 or 6 days later. And just there was this idea of, like, one guy could walk into Macy's with one stick of dynamite, blow himself up, and half the city would leave. I mean, so there was definitely, like, this definitely subsumed the consciousness of the nation for, like, at least up into the run up to the Iraq War. I mean, I remember going to Nebraska, that same guy actually who was an Alex Jones fan, and going to Nebraska and getting off going from the Omaha airport to Lincoln and seeing this massive, and this had to have been in 2002, and driving on the highway and seeing a big billboard of a fireman. Like, when others ran out, he rushed in. And I'm like, we're in Omaha, Nebraska. Like, why is there all this sort of, like, and there was also just intense, like, security at the airport. And I'm like, they're not going to hit Omaha. They did it in New York because all the cameras are there. But yes, it changed. Mass media, I think, like, basically, it definitely defined the constraints of what the conversation was. In fact, Janine Garofalo was one of the few people who was allowed at that time, in that run up to the Iraq War, to go on television to say we should not invade Iraq. They would not let anybody else on. She didn't want to do it, but she was recruited because they literally would not let anybody else on. And then she would go on, and they would say, like, what are you doing here? You're an actress. Why? Like, what possible expertise do you have? This was like, people were constrained. And, even like Trey Parker
Stone.
and the other guy, who did South Park. Yeah, they were attacking anybody who was anti-war, who was weak in that way.
Fox News, it's existed since 1996 at this point. The internet is in its, like, infancy.
This is the year they start to make money.
This is the year Fox.
Yeah, it was a weird time. I mean, now it's like those same people would be so comically over the top racist and obviously bigoted that they wouldn't be able to, like, they would have had to sell out themselves so much to the point where they just become a meme of themselves, essentially, if Trey Parker and Matt Stone were trying to do their thing today. They were such a product of the time. And they haven't really, I don't know, they haven't really grown too much because, they haven't had to, so they're kind of still doing their same thing. Still playing well with a certain audience and all. Oh, sorry.
Fox News becomes Fox News.
They were completely subsidized by Murdoch, I think, up until this.
That's insane to consider, actually. In 2004, a poll of New York residents finds that half of them believe that there was some sort of foreknowledge from the government of the attacks. Conspiratorial thinking is everywhere. And Alex Jones is having just a field day with this, obviously. He's got all kinds of predictions that he's now saying, that it was an orchestrated bombing from the government. The European Union will become the most powerful government on the planet. That Iraq should be nuked. That Osama bin Laden wasn't behind this at all. That maybe Germany was behind it somehow. I mean, it is. He just goes and goes and goes for hours, and it. We've come around to this point a lot in our show, which is like the combination of cable news and the internet, and now a entire sort of generation of American politics, an entire American political cycle through the lens of Limbaugh and now Alex Jones. It just felt like very fertile soil for conspiracy theories as we now think of them.
Conspiracy theories, but also sort of just like, I mean, what Limbaugh was doing at this time was calling Guantanamo Club Gitmo.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
They had a whole merchandise line of Club Gitmo stuff. Like they are.
Grant is wearing one of those shirts right now, which is sort of embarrassing, but like you can't. It's yeah. Okay, Grant. But yeah, no, I forgot all about Club Gitmo.
Don't you understand vintage, Ryan?
Yeah. Okay.
It's a brand.
Yeah, we're selling them on the Panic World
They
store.
probably are worth something now, but I don't know that most people are wearing. The people who have them are even wearing them ironically still.
Right.
These type of conspiracies grow, right, when there's a sense that we're not getting, or at least then, that we weren't getting the real story. And
right.
I think that was the case, that we were not. It was really just.
Yeah, they were pointing out the
Bush
obvious.
really.
That's what helped them grow so much. Was not just because they were so good at reeling in audiences and all that stuff, but the way they were able to aim them and like shamelessly get away with it and all that stuff. It's because they were ultimately pointing out stuff that was very obvious. They're speaking true. You want to get a movement going, you do the whole truth to power thing, and they kind of did that, but their truth was to a power that they were believing in themselves, like they're playing into. It's them pointing out, some obvious wrinkles and kinks. It's that shit. The whole reason, like the rise of Trump, for instance, is because of part of his rise is because of the fact that he stood up on stage and said, like, I bought these people, I done these things. It's that kind of shit.
Dropped the ball. But the interesting thing that happens, like over the course of the next really 10 years, and I think part of it, frankly, was also like the 2001 election, to be honest with you. I mean, the 2000 election. That was like, I think 9/11 overshadows it, but it was huge. It really.
We're talking like peak hanging Chad. What is it? The riot, the
Brooks Brothers riot.
The Brooks Brothers riots, yeah.
But all legal people were like, that shouldn't have happened based upon our system. And there was this sense that like, and part of it was because of the ascendance of the Federalist Society, the underpinnings of
that. Yeah, okay, I know where he's going. Everybody's realized at that moment then that the people who were, sort of on the right side, the decent enough people, they realized, hey, there's something broken in our system. Like, this is, terrible. We got to do something. And then the most predatory, worst fucking people in the world realized, oh, that means they're not going to do shit. Like, we have carte blanche. We just got away with the biggest fucking, corruption thing in the history of ever. And if we can do that now, we can do that again. And all we have to do is like stack these fucking courts and break more fucking things. And like, all we have to do is do the shit. And yeah, I definitely agree. The hanging Chad thing was probably the big catalyst for that. It's like, and it became the blueprint of how you flip the narrative as well. Like how you turn it into a thing of like, well, actually, what do you think about the Supreme Court decision on this matter?
The things that kept us within the norms ended. And so by the time you get to Benghazi,
2012, yeah, and it sort of drags out into the late
I think the story of Benghazi was there was a CIA outpost there that was maybe shipping weapons to maybe Syria or something to that effect. I can't remember the details now. But nobody...
That was their biggest... That is what helped them sell the narrative there. You know, when I said pointing out the truth, the obvious stuff, the Clintons were a fucking great target, just through and through. I mean, I'm talking about, yeah, sure, Benghazi, but even the dress and all that shit, they've always been a great fucking target to point out, to go like, so yeah, doing that and then having other people try to like cover that up and pretend that's not what it is and all that stuff, that can make someone looking at it from a distance going, oh, that person's speaking truth to power. That person's, uncovering the dirty details. Oh, why are they trying to silence that? So it allows a lot of people to fall for the grift and to fall for their thing.
Wanted to talk about that. And so the Republicans seized upon that vacuum of information. Like, what were they doing there? Why did this guy from the consulate run to this annex in Benghazi? And they knew that, I mean, I feel like part of this also happened with like the investigation of Trump in some way, that there is stuff that the government doesn't want to really come out, and some people take advantage of the lines that different people, and that's how you build these conspiracies. And it was just so effective for the Republican Party.
And what I think is like super fascinating when you look at this sort of post 9/11 period, not only, you now have the world that Rush Limbaugh created, and you have this like very, very active boomer audience. Fox News is now profitable. They are figuring out how to create a dozen Rush Limbaughs that can talk to you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And then you have the appearance of Facebook in 2006, which appears like it's promising an alternate ecosystem. But what it actually does is sort of just lay on top of the existing structure. Because by 2011, you have the news feed, which launches. It's the first algorithmically curated feed like it. And by 2011, there's an academic study that's sort of tracking American polarization, and it finds quantitatively offline audiences may be less polarized than some would have suspected. 13% of Fox News' audience is liberal, and 26% of New York Times readers are conservative, consistent with the view that the internet will increase segregation. The most extreme internet sites are far more polarized than any source offline. So it is just automating what had started effectively in the 80s. And we're going to talk about what happens when you do that and you get a guy named Donald Trump on the scene right after the break. But before that,
they're all leading to the things that I got to. I got to their point way too early. Sorry. Sorry to spoil. But yeah, I agree. It's all leading to that, to today. All that stuff. I see what they're doing. It's very cute.
From our sponsors, more commemorative gold coins.
Gold. Invest in gold.
When was the moment you kind of thought like, oh, Trump might actually become president?
I was an MSNBC commentator at the time. I was going on.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Sites are far more polarized than any source offline. Yeah, okay.
And we're going to talk about what happens when you do that, effectively any source offline. So it's 80% of I tried feed like it. And by 2011, there's an academic study that's sort of tracking American polarization, and it finds quantitatively offline audiences may be less polarized.
Okay, yeah, I was wondering what year that was. 2011. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's not a surprise that when you try to tailor everything towards a group, like the best, if you really want to capitalize, you capitalize on the group that, you know, you capitalize on very many groups, but you definitely want to get the one that is easiest to appeal to through religion and, you know, all the usual fucking hoops. Because inherently religion is about control and blah 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 blah. You know all the reasons. I have to assume that you know all
The moment you kind of thought like, oh, Trump might actually become president.
I was an MSNBC commentator at the time. I was going on Chris.
I was an MSNBC occasional watcher at the time.
Hayes' show. I was in the green room, and I can't remember. There was a couple like weekend anchors in there or something, and they were showing him come down the escalator, and I'm like, that dude, he has completely turned the race upside down. I didn't think he could be the president, but I thought for sure that he could be the Republican nominee. And I think, if I remember correctly, Hayes and I think it was shot like Mystery Science 3000, and we watched him come down on the escalator.
And you're like commenting on it?
Yes. Yeah. And at the break, I turned to him like, dude, this is serious. Like they had built a suit. You know, George Bush was the CEO president. And Paul Ryan and the rest of them, I mean, the whole Republican sort of, and Limbaugh did this too.
The only thing I don't like about this is I vividly remember that too. And unless he's talking about the second time it happened, because he did have an escalator thing where he came down the escalator and everybody was making fun of it, like through, you know, and I was getting a lot of my news views and stuff was like through the Daily Show, so of course they made fun of it, but just how sparse his audience was, like, you know, it was obviously paid people, and you know, the way they shot it, but the thing is, the way they aired that was, it was sold narratively as like he was coming down an escalator and there was, you know, thousands of people and all that stuff, and instead it was just like a really pitiful thing. That's the way I remembered it. But I also thought, like, you know, he has the balls to like really try to do this. Like I still was kind of in awe that he was even attempting to do it. That, you know, because it was when he was doing that at that moment when it was past the bullshit time. It was the time where you gotta like actually put in money into the game and all that stuff. And I was just surprised that he was going forward. He had chutzpah.
Being rich was morally righteous. Being poor was morally unrighteous.
But it was still scary nonetheless. It was like, oh shit, this is actually... I get the sentiment he's conveying here, and it was like he's tapping into something, and a lot of people weren't noticing just how much he was tapping into.
if being rich is morally righteous, then the billionaire on the stage is always correct.
gonna
You
win.
can't
Exactly.
argue against him. And the
That's
other
what he was. That's exactly what he was tapping into. Because it didn't matter if it looked good to me watching it and going like, this is stupid. It looked good to the person looking at it and going, wow, he's, Mr. Trump is really doing it, like it mattered. That's the narrative that he was selling. And then as long as he continued with that narrative, like eventually he stumbled himself into, he tapped into a lot of things purposely and I feel accidentally on times, where he just kind of he hit a nerve with people that was like, it just reinforced all that shit, oh, he must be smart because he's got 1,000 businesses. Oh, he must be, that shit.
thing that I understood because of how much right-wing radio I had consumed is that Trump was 100% right-wing radio. He was just getting everything from guys like Mark Levin and Laura Ingraham and Hannity and Limbaugh, for that matter. Like, it was all right-wing radio talking points. That's where the anti-immigration stuff came from.
Okay, that is really interesting because it does feel like by the time we get to
Trump was a huge studier of those guys, man. He genuinely liked Alex Jones. It wasn't just a put on or a thing. Like, he genuinely likes Alex Jones. He will listen to Alex Jones, like, or he would. I don't know what he does now, but he was studying these people in so many ways. Yeah, he was gearing up and shit, man. He's such a blatant psychopath.
Trump, he's now fully in the pocket, as you said, of conservative media, but also importantly, his campaign is the moment, it's the beginning of conservative media digital.
He is our Caligula. I mean, there's no doubt about it that he is our fucking Caligula. He's just the one that you go to and you go like, it's we just haven't seen the depths of the depravity in like as much of a blatant way, so we get to joke it off and stuff. But man, he is our Caligula 100%. Oh my god.
Digitizing effectively. Like, obviously there was right-wing websites forever, Drudge Report, all that stuff.
That was huge, though.
Huge.
But the difference is this. Drudge was a conduit to mainstream. So, like, all the producers at like ABC or the cable news, they'd all
wanted
read
the
Drudge.
Yeah, exactly.
And then and that's the way that the right would launder their narrative. They would do it through Drudge. By 2016, they no longer need to launder their narrative into mainstream media because their media world was self-sufficient.
Yeah, I mean, in 2015, Alex Jones is now fully online, streaming nonstop, InfoWars.
Okay,
And
I'm sorry. All right. Technically, the fucking Greek nerds or whatever are probably freaking out if such a thing exists. Okay, he's our Brutus. Okay? He's our thing. You get the point. When I said he's our Nero, who'd I say he was? Our Caligula. You get the point. He's the guy you point to and go like, oh yeah, that was clearly a psychopath through and through. Like, just a horrific case of all of the things. The narcissism, all of it, just all of it through and through. You don't know the depths of his. If we could lay bare the depths, if we had those pesky files or whatever, you would see I don't know if that's what it would take, but you don't need that to see the depravity of his soul. He is a wow. He is definitely our generation's Caligula, or whoever. You get the point. All right, forget it. Never mind. I didn't say anything. As a matter of fact, no, I didn't, because I'm crazy. Schizo, crazy schizo talker. Just in case, we got to
He
cover our tracks
has
here.
Donald Trump on as a guest as he's a candidate. And I want to read a segment here from the interview. Your reputation is amazing. I will not let you down, Trump tells Alex Jones. And then Jones replies back, my audience, 90% of them, they support you. Then Trump wins. And we have another study here that sort of shows that by this point, there's effectively like no right-wing trust in media. They don't really understand mass media anymore. The study reads, as political scientist Christian Hosam explains, what Trump does is connect that type of opposition to the media into a form of conservatism that just wasn't around before. And one byproduct of that is that media mistrust is more central to conservatives' group identity than it was before Trump. Or as Lee put it, signaling media distrust is much the same as wearing a red MAGA cap. And for many Republicans, that might mean distrust of the media is better thought of as a way to understand the centrality of the partisanship to their identity. So it's like, this is the moment where the mass media generation, it's all ending. And now, like, they don't even understand that they're still consuming mass media. It has changed. It's different. And the mass media president, the guy who shaped from The Apprentice and from Howard Stern appearances and Letterman appearances, it's all morphed into politics. And like, in many ways, it feels like the final stage of sort of the boomer story is like mass media just created their president.
Yeah, but I would still contend that like what happened was that mass media no longer existed in the way that we understood it 20 years earlier.
Right.
And you had 50% of the media being consumed was just like a self-enclosed bubble. And they no longer had to filter it to ABC because it doesn't matter.
And Trump was so good at targeting that bubble, man. He just knew how to play into it to make sure that he was repeated, to get the clips. He was clip farming. Trump was clip farming. Yeah, man. He was doing his fucking thing. He's really good at. He did a
There
good
people
job.
aren't watching ABC. They're just watching.
Really
They're watching Fox.
He tapped into that psychopath crowd before it became trendy. He started the trend. Now everybody's trying to tap into the psychopath. Oh, Peter, Elon, he's fucking Iron Man. Oh, everybody's doing the psychopaths, the fucking glaze. But man, he was the first one. He was like, yeah, I'll
They're
take
watching
your
all these different internet plays, whatever it is. Like, and the Republican Party did the same thing. Like, people forget Mitt Romney went to go kiss Donald Trump's ring in the run-up to the 2012 election. Like,
is that haunted photo of them at dinner together?
No,
it
no,
looks like something from The Shining.
That dinner is one where Trump invited Romney to maybe you'll be my Secretary of State. That was 2016.
Yeah.
People forget that Mitt Romney made a special trip to New York City to literally kiss Donald Trump's ring in 2012 because Donald Trump was the one who did the whole birther thing, and he needed Trump's blessing, and so Trump was already sort of like this. He was the equivalent of like the liberal left never understood the power of right-wing media. And so they couldn't understand who Donald Trump was in this alternate universe.
What he meant to the...
Okay, hold on. I gotta make a point. Okay, yeah. My point was, this is why I respect Sam Cedar. It's because he did clue into that very early on, like back in the day. Him and oh, what's his name? The guy. He became a senator. He did. Al Franken. Yeah, Al Franken. Him and Al Franken, Janine Garofalo, and they all clued into the fact that I don't know who got who on board, and then they got some money backers on board, of course. But they clued into like this is a huge market, and not to sell and advertise for, but also, although that can be a part of it, but also to give like an alternative voice. But I don't know. There's a lot of things that went wrong with that whole Air America shit. But he tried. The point is, he tried. He tapped into something, and he really did try. And fucking good on him. He forever gets forever glazed for that.
Who Donald?
Because they literally, it was kind of it was like so completely rejected the idea that Alex Jones was anything more than a crockpot. Alex Jones was anything more than just like the conspiracy guy. Rush Limbaugh was more than just a blowhard that was on TV. It was like completely rejected. Like, no, these people they're infiltrating people's minds. They're on their work daily drives and commutes and shit like that. They're in their ear. They're on their nightstand. They're right there. They're fucking with their heads. But nobody wanted to they're fucking with their politics. Not their, well, sort of their heads. They're fucking with their politics. They're fucking with their perception and how they view things. So they're having a huge impact and an influence that everybody else just ignored. And then, of course, the internet was kind of a playing field leveler. It did everything that they were trying to do. In a way, they were trying to work within a system that where they still had to play the same kind of games, and of course they had to get the advertisers, and they had to get the money, and they had to secure contracts, whatever all that their bullshit was. But then the internet came along and really allowed people to have their voices and to grow their voices through like shit like the Kalinsky kids doing, and all these other fucking people. So that's been good. But yeah, that explains his rise. I think I did a good job explaining Rush Limbaugh's rise and Trump's rise and all of their rise. I don't think that people have become more heartless or soulless or anything. I just think that it's really easy to be deceived in the moment, and maybe even throughout your entire life because of your own self delusions. Wait a minute, I'm espousing way too much. We'll get back to this.
Trump was in this alternate universe.
What he meant to those people,
He
to
didn't.
the audience.
They barely understood that there was this alternate universe, and they thought it was still the universe, as opposed to And he's just like this ding dong fake billionaire on TV, but in this different universe, he was not. He was a different guy. He was the guy who was telling the truth on, about Obama.
Well, it's funny you talk about how like the liberal left like didn't understand the alternate universe, because it does feel like after Trump is elected the first time, you see this. I mean, I was working in
They
newsrooms at the time, and
crashed.
I was doing these.
They fucking crashed. Everybody fucking crashed, man. They fucking crashed. They literally, you have all the videos and all the shit of the people breaking down and stuff. Man, they felt it in their souls, and they were right. That's the thing, you know. You can make fun of them, and boy knows we like to make fun of them. I do actually enjoy it. Sometimes some of those videos are fun. But they were right. Like, they knew deep down, like, this was a profoundly terrible fucking thing. But it was all wrapped up and coded so much in the identity politics of it, and in the, you know, all the terribleness, you know. It was all coded in such a way that it in the moment it was just, I mean, it was a profound moment. It was just people's reaction to it was laughable at the time, because they, you know, it was like, well, it can't be, it's not going to be that bad. But no, they were right to be, you know, crying. Maybe they should have, perhaps some of them should have been crying because it was profoundly sad for a different reason. Like, I feel like some of their motivations were, and it's not just I feel like I'm just making it up, but I'm saying as an expression of the things that I've gathered throughout the years, that it would seem as if some of their motivations were more motivated by, like, oh, the woman lost, you know, like, oh, how dare he, you know, he's a racist, or oh, he's, you know, in the most tropey, over the top way. You know what I'm saying? Like, it kind of dilutes the moment for those people to vent and break down by his win. But the sentiment overall was actually correct. I mean, it was an absolute tragedy. But it also, I think, was an inevitability. Like, if Hillary would have won, Trump would have probably won right afterwards. So, ugh. But he played that shit well. He tapped right into his audience, and he played it well. Ugh, see, this is why I don't like to talk about Trump. I don't.
Stories where there's just a rush of stories about, like, millennials not really understanding why their parents have voted for Trump. Like, it's a common theme. It feels like almost a defining millennial experience in a lot of ways. And Luke O'Neill, who writes Welcome to Hell World, which is great, collected a bunch of stories like these. And I want to read one, an excerpt from one, which reads, "Another person told me that Rush Limbaugh sent his father on the path to isolation before eventually mainlining Fox News on a regular basis. Eventually, out of the blue, his mother filed for divorce. He was crushed, couldn't understand why, and took comfort in drinking while watching his friends on TV. She is happier than I have ever seen her, and he is sad and angry, living in the basement of a rented house, still watching The Five, Tucker Carlson, Jane Pirro, etc." And that is it in a lot of ways. It's like the ecosystem got so big and so vast and so comforting for people, and then we didn't see it forming. Like, obviously, it's clear now to look back.
And now it's all forming into the red pill. I mean, the red pill stuff's losing its energy somewhat, but it's still, all of that shit is still there, and it's being absorbed by the worst people.
Back, but at the time, I mean, did you see?
Oh, yeah.
When did you sort of start to worry that this stuff was, like, becoming bigger than the alternative or even sort of mainstream journalism?
I started, I was in show business, and then I sort of fell into radio in 2004. And that was when there was like the blogosphere. And so the thing that we were, sort of like railing against was like, why is ABC News getting its dictating the news from the Drudge Report? So that was the worry there, at that time. And then, but in 2006, Stephen Sherrill and I wrote a book called FUBAR, which was essentially, the tagline could have been, "This is not your father's Republican Party." Like if you listened to talk radio and believed in it, like believed it was actually moving people, which I did. I mean, that's why I went into talk radio. You saw this coming in the aughts and maybe even the late 90s. Like it just was growing and growing and growing.
Can I ask kind of maybe a silly question, but it's one that I've been sort of wondering recently. It feels like in many ways the radicalization of talk radio in the 90s and early 2000s.
I personally, and I think this is where he's going, is that I thought that I had the same thoughts when I was listening to podcasts. I was like, oh, this is it. This is going to be the radicalization process. Like, this is it, because I'm listening, I'm sitting here with these people in my fucking ear all day and all night. I go to school, I come home, I'm listening to this fucking guy in my ear the whole goddamn time. And yeah, I thought this is gonna be the way. This is it. You got to do something that is they can hook people. Like it was pretty clear podcast was going to be the next. And I also think that in many ways, I mean, I don't know what they're doing as far as clamping down and putting restrictions on things, but live streaming will be, and I mean, it kind of is now TV, right? In so many ways. Most of them bad. But yeah, this will be the other way of getting people, and that's exactly what's happening. They're utilizing these forms of these channels of entertainment and stuff to grab people. So yeah, that'll be interesting to see who emerges from the current batch of weirdos, fuckers. The current batch of like rot and ghouls and shit.
Thousands, it's something you experience in your car alone. Probably, it's in the air, like literally. It feels very similar to the way we talk about radicalization with something like TikTok now, where it's very personalized. Your TikTok feed and my TikTok feed never two shall meet.
Oh, he's saying TikTok.
How did you get the sense that this stuff was permeating culture? Like, what sent up the antenna for you? Because I do think that is like a major roadblock in talking about this stuff now when we're talking about algorithms, which honestly are sort of the same.
I mean, I think
this thing that is
Twitch and
just
YouTube,
ethereal and out there, but it's clearly doing something to people. So how did you clock that talk radio was having an impact?
I mean, I grew up in Massachusetts. I lived in Boston. I grew up in Worcester.
Hell yeah, North Shore. Let's go.
Well,
What's
not
up?
quite North Shore.
I'm from the North Shore. I'm North Shore.
Well, Dawn Lights on Marblehead.
I'm from Marblehead.
There you go. I mean,
Grant is shaking his head. He's so pissed right now.
I mean,
let's just get Dave Portnoy in here.
Don't say that.
Don't speak Dave Portnoy's name.
Strange thugginess that exists in Massachusetts that belies its reputation.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's where I got a lot of like my awareness of that. Like, just sort of, just dudes you just talk to, and then all of a sudden, like, they're going into these weird rants, but I know where it's coming from because I listen to right-wing talk radio. I mean,
I have said this exact thing about Joe Rogan, like in the last few years, where I'm like,
I played
I'm at a
softball
bar
with Rogan in the early '90s. He was a
Was he
comic
good?
in Boston. No,
Any good?
No,
Okay.
he throws like he's throwing with his not correct.
Incredible.
arm.
No, but I would be at a bar in my hometown, you know, for Thanksgiving or Christmas.
And that's why Joe Rogan will never have Sam Cedar on his show. Because Sam knows Rogan in a way that nobody else does. And Sam is capable to he can out comedy him. He's funnier, he's quicker, he's smarter, he mogs Rogan. But he made a good point there. Hold on.
Not correct.
Incredible.
arm.
No, but I
was like he's throwing with his not correct.
Incredible.
arm.
No, but I was like in the last few years, where I'm
I
like,
played
I'm at a
softball
bar
with Rogan. I mean,
I have said this exact thing about
that's coming from because I listen to right-wing talk radio. I mean,
I have said this exact thing about Joe Rogan, like in the last few years, where I'm
I
like,
played
I'm at a
softball
bar
with Rogan.
Yeah, that was the point. Yeah, I've done that too. I think I feel like it's a common shared experience by the things that I see on Twitter. But you know, you're just talking to somebody and you can actually hear where they're going conversationally when you bring up a trigger word. Like you can bring up a trigger word, a thing that'll set them off, you know, like yeah, my last driver didn't speak English or something, you know, and then all of a sudden you can just see it light up in their eyes and they're like, oh yeah, there's a lot of that going on, you know, something like some kind of trigger, something that can set people off. It's insane. You can actually see, and then they start making the same exact talking points that you've heard espoused by, you know, Rogan. Oh yeah, and I hear they're peeing in the litter box, you know, like that kind of shit. Like it's crazy. It permeates everything. There's no doubt the power that shit has. That's why they spend a fucking $1 billion on the man.
in the early '90s. He was a
Was he
comic
good?
in Boston. No,
Any good?
No,
Okay.
he throws like he's throwing with his not correct.
Incredible.
arm.
No, but I would be at a bar in my hometown, you know, for Thanksgiving or Christmas, and I'd be talking to, you know, some guy I knew in high school or whatever, and all of a sudden he launches into a bit, and I'm like, I know that's from Joe Rogan. It's so
Yeah.
funny that you notice the same. Like,
And
that
they'll do the actual fucking bit. That's the whole thing. Is they'll do almost the exact same cadence and rhythm that you've heard Joe talk, or, you know, this case is Joe Rogan, but you know, I've heard people quote almost word for word from Alex Jones, and I've heard people quote word for word, like just in the same cadence too, the same delivery, or you wouldn't believe. Now let me tell you something. Now, did you know that 13% of the population? Let me tell you. Now, okay, hold on. How many black people you think are in this country? Hmm? Now, did you know that 13%? Oh, it's almost like you can feel it coming from them. You can actually hear them talking. Like you can just fucking hear it through. You can hear the Alex Jones. You can hear the fucking Joe Rogan. You can hear the Nick Fuente. You can hear all these fucking people. Oh my god. Oh, the fucking Myron Gaines. Oh. All right. We're back.
maybe it is like a New England sort of like, you're breaking the barrier of what's acceptable casual conversation in like a New England bar, and you're like, and if you know what they're talking about, it's like, well, you've clearly heard that somewhere.
Is that, like, it just so happened that I listened to a lot of right-wing radio. So in conversation, if I not, I'd just be like, wow, this guy's weird. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, this guy, like, you can't believe what he was saying. Like Hillary Clinton, like, dragged a body into a park, and I don't know, the guy was wacko. But as soon as you hear that stuff, again, you're like, I know exactly what the source of that material is.
Sure, yeah.
And knowing the source of the material, it's also fun to sometimes, I mean, if you want to play a little bit, it's fun to, like, egg it on and you know, yeah, Pizzagate, there anchovies, man. I'll tell you, you know, just like you just throw something out there that you know will set off their radar and keep them going. It's fun. It can be fun in that way because you're just like finding out like how far the rabbit hole goes. But oftentimes it doesn't. It usually like hits a brick wall. They wind up like an unrecoverable wall where they get hit into a logic hole or something. It just time and time and time and time and time and time and time again. It doesn't stop. It's
With Trump, they were building essentially this suit, and he just fit it perfectly.
Right.
This is all, at the end of the day, about a cohort of people, white men, who lost something real. I mean, in addition to the broad-based hollowing out of, like, rural towns and manufacturing, which impacts everybody, they lost social status. You know,
Absolutely.
like, you know, when I'm a kid, every TV show I watch is about me in some fashion. It's either about like when I'm older or as a kid, or, you know, like women exist there as my mother or my girlfriend or my future wife. And now all of a sudden, like, I'm watching Cialis commercials and it's like, what's that black dude doing? Like, well, that's supposed to be me there.
He's taking the boner
He's
pills
taking
now.
the boner
Exactly.
medication. Wait. What is this lawyer is a woman? And, you know, that was the story of Reconstruction, right? Like the way that the idea was like, how can we convince, and there was some sector of the white population that didn't bite on this, like some of the, you know, populists didn't bite as hard as others. But like, how can we convince these poor white people that there's a problem with black people actually taking political power? And, you know, we will stoke the fact that, like, okay, you're poor, but at least you used to be higher in the pecking order than black people. And it is, we're watching the fallout of like these liberation movements that happen in the 70s, in the 80s, you know, and really come to fruition in the 90s and in the aughts. Maybe not even the aughts, really just the 90s.
Yeah.
The resent that's generated there. And they've figured out how to sort of maintain that resent and sort of like give this vision to like Gen Z, in my estimation, of like, your inheritance has been stolen from you. You should just know.
Yeah. And I think like one last piece of this that I do think is important to touch on before we sort of wrap up here, which is that like as the internet became more corporatized, website as a concept doesn't really exist anymore. And the platforms that most of, you know, people my parents' age are using are closer in construction to cable news. They're closer in construction to radio. They are just endless content factories that now know what you want and know how to sell it to you. And it, you know, that is, I think, the final piece of it. And I think this is why a lot of people say like, oh yeah, boomer brain rot, you know, like they're on all these apps making them crazy. And it's like, no, like the apps figured out that you can have someone stare at them 24 hours a day if they just tell you what you want to hear. And so it doesn't surprise me that the generation we have the most information on in terms of what they like, all of popular culture as it's ever existed, I can just beam AI generated videos of the Beatles reuniting into their brains and at the end say, don't put fluoride in your water, and I can become a billionaire. Like, yeah, we know what they like. They are the most targeted generation that's ever existed, probably. That's why I don't buy the idea that the internet did something here. It's that these, as you said, these stories have been playing out for decades now, and
Yeah.
this is the I assume the final kind of chapter here, in terms of human longevity is concerned.
Yeah, yeah, the internet kind of borne out. It highlighted that, and now all of the worst people and corporations, whatever you want to throw it on, have figured out by watching the examples of these people of just how to do that, how to utilize that, and to also just buy out the people themselves that showed an adaptness at doing that, like the Rogans and the Joneses and all that stuff.
For them specifically, we are sort of hitting the twilight era for them, and yeah, it's not surprising to me that the internet plays a role, but I don't think it is like Facebook made my dad
it's
crazy.
not Facebook did it. I don't think it's the internet that did it. I think it was really just
preyed upon
again.
everything.
Maybe it was a steroid on some level, but we also, I would add,
it's like Cialis. It's like a Cialis pill.
Yes, like a time release Cialis.
It's a time release. Yeah, exactly.
But I would also say that, like, you have to remember the boomer brain was completely.
I have one in a jar.
The
you can see
boomer brain was completely formed without a tool to deal with a digital world.
Yeah.
We would go to the library. We wanted a book. We would have to go through a whole file of cards, and then get a number, and then go to the other file and go. It was so linear that you could not at any point get diverted sideways. And I think that is, if you grow up without any. We have a generation of kids who I think have ADHD because of this stuff. But I suspect that down the road, we're going to figure out how, and kids are going to figure out how to maintain focus in some way. They're going to readjust their signal to noise ratio, detector in a way that you didn't have to employ when you were that age. And now they can't.
I feel grateful that I personally was able to grow up at a time where I do know the Dewey. I don't know the Dewey Decimal System because I haven't used it in 82 years. But I was brought up on it, we had a library thing we had to go to, and we had to do the Dewey Decimal thing. We had to learn the Dewey Decimal System. And the librarian taught me, because I was one of the kids that was like, why are we doing this? You have a computer right there. And computers back then weren't that great, so I mean, but it did have a basic file structure to it that, you could access and do things like it's still, even in its bad state, I think Windows, it was one of the Windows. I remember the Windows screensaver thing. I remember when we first got that, and I was like, oh lady, you are fucked. When I went into the library. Because I was already I think this was 5th grade is when we got it or something. Maybe it was 6th grade. I don't remember. It was a grade. It was a grade in school. You don't need to know the details. I didn't go to school. It was a wizarding school. Anyway. But yeah, I remember hating to learn the Dewey Decimal System like everybody else, and thinking this is the stupidest fucking thing. And the lady told me, she sat me down, and she's like, because I wouldn't stop, I was just constantly making fun of it. And she said, okay, listen, the Dewey Decimal System, and she explained it to me so well that it struck me in my soul and in my being. And I thought, oh, okay. And from then on, I would argue with other kids. I'd be like, no, the Dewey Decimal System, no, listen, no, here it is. Here's the thing. Okay, so first you have to take the first letter, but no, listen, no, it makes sense. It's structured. And I would be that kid. I would try to argue in favor of the Dewey Decimal System, but I knew it was stupid, and I hated it. And then, we got computers in there, and again, computers weren't that great, but still, we got the ones eventually we had computer. Our teacher had to advocate for computer time to be taught, at the school board and stuff. He was one of the guys that led the thing to get computers taught. I'm aging myself so much by saying this. Anyway. Anyway, when we got computers there, I still had to go to the library for something, but it wasn't to be talked down to anymore, and it was like to drop off a book, and I was like, yeah, that Dewey Decimal System was going real well, huh? 'Cause, it was really, it was really dumb, but it did make sense. And it was good. I think it was honestly good to learn. In hindsight, I think it was really good to learn. And then I got to transition into computer, and my mind got melted. And it's forever the slop it is now. Oh no, they're trying to silence me. Hold on a second. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. Oh, good. We're almost at the end. Rewind this a little bit. Little bit. All right. Let's close this out.
To deal with a digital world.
Yeah.
We would go to the library. We wanted a book. We would have to go through a whole file of cards,
Yeah.
and then get a number, and then go to the other file and go. It was so linear that you could not at any point get diverted sideways. And I think that is, if you grow up without any we have a generation of kids who I think have like ADHD because of this stuff.
Oh, I should clarify that when I said it's good to have grown up with the Dewey Decimal System, the Dewey Decimal System could be anything that gives that same kind of like rigid structure and concentration and all that stuff, so that you focus kids so that they don't stay so like it's not instantaneous. It's you're helping to build their brain by teaching them a system. It's a system that everybody knew, but it could be any new thing. It doesn't have to be Dewey Decimal. It could be the process is what was important there.
But I suspect that down the road, we're going to figure out how, and kids are going to figure out how to maintain focus in some way. They're going to readjust their signal to noise ratio, detector in a way that like you didn't have to employ when you were that age. And now they can't. All the dopamine hit stuff aside, which I think is true, et cetera, I think they're just more vulnerable to not knowing they're being fed this stuff in the way that they are. Like, you can hear people your age
Which is
complain
so
like
crazy. It's so crazy to think that, because a younger generation you would think would be more aware because they're so exposed, but they're just overexposed to the point where it blinds them. It's wow.
my Instagram feed sucks now because, or my TikTok feed sucks because I did this and that. And you're not going to get that level of savvy from, a boomer necessarily.
No, they're just like, oh, nothing's on.
It is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to thank you.
Yeah, I mean, there's the level of awareness to that extent, of knowing how to manipulate their own feeds and or being aware of the problems there. But there's also still this, I don't know. There's this, there's just this bit of a miss.
A boomer necessarily.
No, they're just like, oh, nothing's on.
It is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to thank you for coming.
They can still be tricked. Which is, it's just really hard to grasp because you would think, it's all right in front of you. You'd think they'd be more savvy, because they are more savvy from a previous generation standpoint. They certainly are, but they also are very fucking dumb and manipulable in their own way.
On the show, this is I could keep talking about this stuff for hours and hours.
Fun.
I assume everyone listening knows where they can follow you, but where can they follow you if they don't already?
If you are a boomer, let me explain that I live on YouTube. You can find the Majority Report as a podcast every day. You can watch it live on YouTube or Twitch every day, and you can find the show on YouTube or Twitch after the show. We do noon to like 2:30ish. Eastern.
That's good. That's like a good block. These Twitch streamers now, they're doing like 7-8 hours. They're wearing diapers in their chair.
Today,
I don't know how
the kids
Hassan. I don't even know if he goes to the bathroom during the day.
I don't think he does.
What's going on?
I don't think he does.
does.
He's got a catheter. I have a catheter.
Just
too.
like Donald. Yeah,
I have
just
a
like
catheter.
Donald Trump.
I've actually peed myself like 3 times during this.
No, we know.
Oh.
We can see your face. Hey, it's Ryan. If you like what you just watched, subscribe to our.
Boy, he's not wrong. I mean, having to pee has been like one of the most difficult things about streaming, I gotta tell you. That was fun. I enjoyed that. Did we have fun? Did I have fun? I had fun, so the answer is yes. But did you have fun? And for that, the answer needs to be told in the comments below, or any of my handle things. I think they're in there. Anyway, let me know. I had fun. Let's do this again next time. But for now, I'm gonna go, and I think we learned some things today. Did we not? This was the path to 40,000. This was the path to Warhammer 40,000. And the path got diverted, and we've now hit a roadblock. But is it an insurmountable excuse me. I cough shit myself. I hiccoughed myself. Is it a path that is insurmountable? Can we not surmount it? We'll see. I might come back in an hour. I might come back in less than an hour. How long does it take to cook a hamburger? I'm not sure, but I might come back in a little while. Or because I am a busy man with a lot of priorities in life. I'm on the go and the come up and the go. So I also have other things that I have to do tomorrow, actually. So, maybe I call it. Maybe I don't come back up. Maybe I say this was a good time and this was a good stream, and I'm going to leave it at that. And I'll try to replicate it in the future. Be it tomorrow or the next. What awaits us? See, that's why you have to stay tuned. You have to find out. I'm gonna go now. Thank you for your time. If time was given, and if not, I demand some time. Okay. Goodbye.